Hello, my lovelies. All right, we are zipper matching today. The face cam may not be exactly, it's going to basically be a repeat of the big camera, but whatever, here we are. Can you see me? Hi. Okay, so I don't typically do this on the floor, but honestly, it just felt more comfortable because I can sit and we can just kind of go along with it. I am thinking, actually, I just realized I should get the twill, and we should probably do those piles as well while I'm here. Oh, we got a shit ton of twill. Okay, I'll have an opportunity to find an alternate supplier then. Because it's like the one last, I buy a few supplies on Amazon, not as much as I used to. I've definitely reduced or found, basically I found the suppliers that like are drop shipping on Amazon. That's what I've done. So I'll have an opportunity now to like figure out the alternatives for that. Where the fuck are my pinking shears? La 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 la. Oh well, if we have to cut these off with normal shears, that's fine too. They're not gonna, they'll get stitched in and they're not like a high. I think my child took the hot shoe off of my, okay. Yeah, but where the hell did they go? What the fuck? Where's my shears? This is a normal occurrence, but it is still super annoying every time it happens. Although if I have to replace my pinking shears, I will not be super upset because honestly, are they just in here? Yes, they are. That's where they should be. Duh. Okay. Done. And I need my ruler because I may as well prep as much as I can while we're down here. I will do labels later because they just stay on that rack and they're nice and organized. So we're not going to do that right now. We're going to start with small box bags. I don't have the exteriors here right now, but I do have all their handles. I'm also going to like zoom you in one step now that I see that you can't really see much. Okay, let's go in like 78. 65, and then you'll be able to see like right in the middle there, hopefully. Okay, good. So we'll match small box bags, and then we'll go in and we'll match tote bags with handles and zippers, and then hopefully we get to the sewing today, but zero guarantees. And again, I don't actually know where even the, now that I think of it, it's like, where did the exteriors for this work go? Oh, shit. Oh well, we'll find it. I always find it. Well, or I don't, and we figure it out. Cat hairs. Okay. So there's kind of two rules I try to follow. I either try to, well, or the rules for picking them is that I either try to match or I try to complement. That is like too close and not close enough to the colorway. I've got this nice like burnt sienna, which would actually pick up the orange and the blossoms nicely. So we're going to do that instead. Now what we're going to do as well is we'll clip the zipper to the handle. Again, this is something that I would typically do for like, with the exterior, but whatever. And then I think we're just going to do all of this. Or no, we're going to make a stack and then we'll do the twill. So this is going to be black twill. Easy. All right, we've got this like super cute little, that dusty like dark blue with the cats. This one usually looks really nice with the brown zipper. It picks up the brown and the cats, and that's what we're going to go with here as well. This one could go either way for the twill because the cats are kind of light colored, but honestly black. Okay. Obviously this red one I think is going to be, so this is red with, we could do red or we could do black. We're going to do black for this one. So that's going to pop over here with the zipper tape because we're going to try and do all of the zipper tape at once again. This mimosa, I call it, it's got like a little yellow floral spray. It's got a dusty blue background. Looks the best right now with the navy because we don't have any more of the bright yellow zippers that used to go with it really well. So navy, and it's going to get a black twill as well. And I think there's 2 of those, so when we find the other one, we'll do that. This one as well could go black or navy because of the blue background, but I think navy in this case. Yeah. Navy. And also, obviously, a black twill because it's a very dark fabric. And the light twill would just be too stark against it. This one's really interesting. We could go with, I think we'll go with a white with it. We could also go with the charcoal color that we have here. Actually, I think we have to go with the charcoal color because I don't have white in the short zippers. Whoops. All right. Charcoal it is. Never mind. The geisha on that dark teal with the navy parasols. I don't like conflicting with it too much. I like the ladies to stand out, so we're going to go with a navy zipper. We've got guinea pigs on a navy background. Now I have a bright blue that we could do with this one, which would actually brighten it up quite a bit. They're also sitting on like little pink pillows. What would a pink look like with this? No. Brown? Like a guinea pig brown? Oh yeah, guinea pig brown. All right. Black twill. Now I gotta figure out where the frickin' stuff went. I messed up on this. Well, I didn't really mess up. There's not much better options, but there's not a lot of birds on top here. Interesting. It's like a dark, it's like a brown gray background. Very warm, so I think the brown might work the best with it. Yeah, it actually makes it look more brown, which is interesting. And then it's going to get a black zip. Black cat doing things is going to get a navy. Actually, it would look good with the green zip. And you might think this is a little bit unhinged, but there's a bunch of like green accents. Bright green for the win. Okay. Bunnies, black, because it's a black background. These bunnies could use off-white because as much as it's not, like it could actually use white, the off-white is not so much of a contrast from the bunnies, and we will be doing a light twill with that one because it's a very pastel color. Tuxedo cats in on this like quilt with all the reds. We're gonna probably do a black zipper, but it would look really good with red as well. I don't know. Yeah, red. It blends in a little bit, but honestly, it lets all the other colors shine quite a bit. Okay, black twill. The purple check butterflies, I'm actually probably going to not do a purple zipper. I'm going to do a pink zipper because it'll match the sakura, provide that contrast, because honestly, the zipper would just blend in and it doesn't always look the best. We're going to do a navy for Scowly Owlies because it's got a navy background with the teal accents. We have actually officially used up all the shorter navy zippers. All right, get thee to the pile. Same as the Frenchies here. Actually, the Frenchies could go with a bright pink as well because the accents in here are bright pink. So let's do that. And it's going to get black twill. Camping, polar bear, and penguin is actually going to go with a bright blue zipper because it's in the same tone or shade range. It's a different shade than the background, is basically it. Sketchbook dogs. These are all like little outlined dogs. There's not a lot with a few details, but mostly just lines. We're going to go with a brown. I need to actually order more chocolate brown zipper from that place. Bunnies on navy zip. Capybara and Hot Springs are onsen, navy zip. Alice in Wonderland on black with red mushrooms, black. Now, strawberries could go black. I think we could also go bright pink. Bright pink does not work, so black. Off-white. Off-white. Postal animals. This one could have a lot of options, actually, if it works. But I think, honestly, yeah, off-white's going to be the best one. Simply because I don't really have anything that matches what's here. We could do, like, the bright zipper here. No, I don't like that. And this one's, like, too it makes it look too green in the background, whereas it is actually a pastel blue. So we're going to go with an off-white because it matches the envelope color better. Black cats with those bouquets. We're going to go with black zip. Neon Storm. I can't remember what we've done with this previously, but I feel like charcoal. Yeah, charcoal. Blend it in a little bit differently. Not quite party animals in yellow. We're going to do charcoal as well because the lines are actually more of, they look black just because of course how the color plays, but they're a little bit more brown charcoal color. So they'll go there. Snow globes and teddy bears. Very whimsical. We're going to go with off-white because I don't have any other light pink zippers. Spank Bear is going to get charcoal. Residential wall cats. This one can actually go, I think, with this aqua here because it's a darker tone of the background color. So yes, and then we're going to do a white or like that off-white twill with it just because it's a very light colored print. More geisha, this time on that lavender. We could go with, actually red might look really stunning with that, given their like, off-white's too light. It needs to be either the charcoal or the red. Man, oh man. Or black. Let's just go with black. I think I've done black with that one before and it looks like it contrasts really nicely while also complementing the whole thing. So, okay. This is the remaining pile of handles that, actually there's 2 more up there that I haven't top stitched yet, but we'll get to. But this is the majority. This is like phoenixes with traditional Japanese florals on navy, so navy. Sushi cat on pink. We're gonna go with off-white. Nope, charcoal. That other mimosa one, navy. Citrus on navy. Navy. Spank Bear in a different color. This is actually Big Catch Bear because that's what we got on top. Now this one, I can use a brown actually on it, which would look really good if I still have brown. Ooh, there's a dark purple zipper. We're like coming up on the end of a lot of the unique colored zippers that I had. I'm actually not super sad to see them go. This was a lot of like zipper management that always drove me nuts. Like I am in some ways. Spank Bear or Big Catch Bear is going to get black. Dogs on charcoal is going to get gray. Purple garden windows on Japanese gardens. This is like not, well, it is purple, but it's not. It's a very dark, rich purple, but it's going to get black. Little embroidery puff florals in gray, black. Boring. Katie, why is it so boring? Because so many of the fabrics need black zippers. We were like stalled out for so long because of the zipper pulls. Patchwork cat on in this one. Winter pine, that's the color. Now that could go with a brown. I don't actually, I think we've paired off all the browns, so it's going to go with black. You guessed it, I'm sure. The autumnal colors went this, oh, she's gorgeous. The squares actually lined up damn near perfect. And it looks like I almost got the top stitching perfect too. And not enough, like not far enough off that I'm worried about it. We could go with red because there's a red cat. Black. Hedgehogs on Dusty Rose, black. Cappuccinos on pink, off-white. The strawberries, all of these strawberries are going to go with the red because it just makes the strawberries pop so nicely. 90s anime pastel florals. It reminds me of Sailor Moon, but I can't say that it's Sailor Moon, so 90s pastel florals. And I have a blue that practically blends in, so we're going to do that with an off-white twill. Kitten Inquisition. This should have a white zipper. We don't have white zippers, so we're going to do black. Macaron Critters in purple, off-white. Tea Time Cats in this like aqua is going to actually get, oh, an aqua zipper. Wow, okay. I was not anticipating that. I was going to go with off-white. I like that better. Sweater cats. There is a bunch of different colors in these sweater cats. So there's red, bright blue, lime green, and this kind of like mustard yellow. So I wonder, I think we should do red or bright blue. I think bright blue might look the best. Or bright green or this yellow. The yellow's too stark, okay? Lime is too bright too. What about the blue? Blue looks really fucking good. Okay, blue. This one, as much as it's a white background, gets a black pull tab system because the cats are all like sketched in black. By the way, if you have any questions about like the process, feel free to throw them in the chat. Usually, sometimes this is harder. Apparently, it's just super easy today. I'll take it. Line art cats with that green outline. We could technically go with a bright green, but this isn't the right green with what's on the fabric, so off-white it is. So the sketchy dogs, this time on navy instead of off-white. These are going to get a navy zipper. Tuxedo cats in quilt windows in like Christmas colors. We could do red technically, but I don't think it's the right kind of red. It's damn close. We could just do black. Black. Okay. Scally Owlies on a like navy with gold floral, like dark gold, and sage leaves. We're going to do navy. That's the wrong pile. Fans on black. Say it with me. Black. These guys. Red pandas on forest green. Black. Do we not already have? Oh, okay. Second strawberries on black. Black. Strawberries on navy. Navy. This is Banana Cat on light gray. It needs a fun color zip. And I think it needs to be, but that's kind of, it's a pretty pastel colorway. And so I don't, ooh, this blue looks good because there's like blue. It's not the color you would necessarily think to pull out, but there's fruit in here that's like lighter than this blue, and it casts it really nice. Now, of course, I'm not like, oh my God, these have to be the, like, I have to stay with what I decide. No, this might change. Yeah, pink is not it though. What about purple though? Ooh, because there's like purple fruit, and this is even closer to the purple fruit color. Okay, the purple makes pops more, and the blue is more demure. I like the blue, I think. Okay, black twill. Vending machine cats. We are going to do red for vending machine cats, and that'll help pick up the red vending machines. Tuxedo cats in the quilt windows in orange, pink, and gold. That's going to get a black zipper. Popcorn pups on blue. That just makes it dull. I think it needs to be a charcoal zipper, actually. I did see one more charcoal zipper here, so is that it? Yeah, it's charcoal, but it's from the zipper tape. The other strawberries, actually in the dusty charcoal, like lavender charcoal, and the dusty pink are both getting red, as discussed. Shiba Inu with Shiba Inu Dongo, so it's like a bunch of different little snack foods, lots of them shaped like Shiba butts and shit. Charcoal, because it picks up the gray in some of the darker colored Shiba. The embroidery puff flowers in blues. I've actually got a zip right here for that. And they're getting black twill. And then we've got crepe cats, fruit crepe caps specifically. Do we want red to pick up the cherries, or do we want, oh fuck yeah. No, that looks really good. And this will get an off-white twill. Embroidery puffs in like green, blue, and taupey gray. I think that should get a navy zip. Yes. Okay. Sand-colored knit cables will get an off-white zip. Yes. Popcorn dogs on gray is also going to get the charcoal, just like the light-colored guy. Line art cats in like black line art with yellow little tips. The green one has like little pink highlights and blush and stuff like that. That's getting a black zipper though. Cat silhouettes in purple and sage. We're going to do, I usually go pretty dark with this one. So yeah, let's go with charcoal. Music room cats on purple. We could go bright pink. Ooh, fuck yeah. It's like a really like charcoal purple, lavender again. Purple charcoal, probably tinge. Black twill. With this one, these butterflies, I usually go with a navy, but I've got this gorgeous purple zipper down here that's calling its name. So that's what we're going to do. Okay. The black twill. Sorry. Potato Lucky Cats on black. Little Red Riding Wolf, which I guess is actually cat, but it's on black. So say it with me. Black. Parasols on navy. Say it with me. Navy. I'll stop that. It's annoying me even. This is like nostalgic images in frames with a little bit of colorization. Charcoal. All the Shiba Inu that I have. So I've got the light gray, I have the pink, and I have the like olivey sage green. Those are all getting navy zippers because it picks up a color in the sign and it just looks so good. We've got pancake breakfast with the salty shaker. How to make pancake delivery food sweets. That's going to get light, like off-white. The cats with the wreaths, we're going to do navy is going to look really good with that one. We've got dog butts on light gray. There is the dark gray zipper we're going to put with it. That's actually not long enough for this, I don't think. Nope, never mind. That has to go somewhere else. So it's going to get black zipper. Pink polka dot bunnies, we're going to do off-white. Victorian illustrated woodland bunnies. We really do need that warm brown again. I'm going to do the red with it. Itty bitty strawberries, itty bitty pink strawberries on this like light blue. Oh, that's going to be tough because actually it needs like a white zip, but never mind. There's a light blue that works right here. It does look different because of course the fabric, like the material, is going to make it look different. We've got another neon floral. This is going to look really good with navy, I think. Or we can go with like this teal. Let's go with the teal because it blends in and stands out at the same time. It also picks up some of the teal in there, but it also doesn't compete with the neon pink of the florals, which is what a pink zipper would do. Not quite party animals with a dusty aqua. We're going to go with navy for that one. We've got these like video game cats. We're going to go with off-white. We have cable knit, like printed cable knit print, off-white. The dogs on an aqua. Actually, we're going to go with brown for both of, or gray for both of those animal ones because it'll contrast well. Wisteria in pink and blue with koi. We could do a blue to pick up the coloration of the hydrangea. Got a light blue here. Or I could do a pink, or I could do an off-white. The pink is too stark. The blue does blend nicely with that hydrangea. Yeah, blue instead. Okay. Then this needs off-white twill. Why do I feel like we don't have as many as I thought? Which is good. Granny square florals in blue, and we're going to go with a blue zip. Okay, I want to count how many we actually have here because honestly, this isn't as many as I thought. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 is a popular number right now. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 27. Okay, maybe it is as many as I thought. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. There they are. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, and I know I have 2 up there that I haven't top stitched yet, so 95. Okay, so that is better, because what I thought that we had something like 150 to sew. So, small victories. Is it though? Okay, so there's all the small zips back in their bin, because that's where they need to wait, because now we'll go in and we'll match these things, which are the tote bags with a zip and their webbing handles. Alrighty, so we've got all of these zips in here. These are all longer zips. That's why they're segregated from the other ones, because then I don't have to tell them apart. I did just see the colorway I want for the hedgehog bag, so we're going to pull that right now, because I also see the hedgies right here. And it's like match made in heaven for matching. So, okay, first things first, we're going to just clip it to here, and then we're going to grab out webbing for it as well, which we have cut already. Okay, there we go, as ready to go as we can be. Lining is inside. Actually, it is going to eat at me until I figure out where the fuck my small box bags went. We moved everything around in the studio again, so whatever, I'll just keep on keeping on, Katie. Everything got moved around in the studio because the kids were still like coming out to sit with me. Do you want red or black for the Scotties? The red blends like damn near seamlessly. Anyway, the door back here, I don't know if you can see it right now. No, you can't. But it was it was originally the cutting room. Then we moved the cutting room out here because actually I want to do black with, sorry, I'm like rambling, and then I'm like, no, I want black with this, or maybe even that bright blue, because then I can put red handles with this and it doesn't look quite as egregious. No, black with red handles. Anyway, we moved the cutting studio out here in February. The cutting table out here has been amazing. But we moved the fabric out, and it had logistical issues of like, all right, now that it's out here, how do I protect it from light damage? All that shit, right? So I had just actually covered it finally covered it with a curtain, but it wasn't staying up. So and the kids had, like I said, been coming out to visit anyway. They weren't really staying in the room. So I looked at Dallas and I'm like, we're moving it one more time and we're swapping the classroom back into that space. Everything else is working amazing. But like the kids are out here anyway, so they may as well stay out here. And it also helps that then I can like store stuff in there that I don't necessarily want the kids or the cats getting into all the goddamn time too. For these cats, I'm going with a dark charcoal and then brown handles. The brown handles helps warm everything up. It's really nice. Anyway, so it's already working better. The space feels better too because it's like opened it up again. It's just way more comfortable now. So here we are. But that means that everything that was out here that was kind of organized is like in there now, and I'm like, Dallas moved a lot of it, and I'm very grateful for that. But also, I don't know where anything is now. It's like, fuck. So, we were going to do it next week he was home, but I don't know why we even decided to do it this weekend. I think it's mostly because it was like, all right, got 2 days. The time crunch for both of us worked in our favor. Black cat on white obviously gets black handles and black zipper tape. Now, we aren't going to cut any of this zipper tape that's on the rolls yet, because what we're going to do is we're going to do pieced chain pieced installation because I did that last time and it worked extremely well. This is Frenchies on a dark teal and natural polka dots. It's cotton linen, and it's going to get a black zipper as well. Black handles, black zipper. There will be a lot of black bags because a lot of these had to wait for the zip pulls to come in for the black fabric or back zippers. Okay, this is Sweet's Party. It's got white lace. It's a very delicate color combo, and this like dusty blue picks up a macaron color there perfectly. So we're gonna go with that, and then I'm going to do blue handles. Oh, blue or sand for this one? Sand. I know I went in and I decided all of these handle colors originally, and then I've probably forgotten what they are. It's all good. It'll be fine. Just annoying because we might have to cut more. But at least we can keep that as like the tote bin, and it's like, all right, this is the stuff for tote bags. La 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 la. Fancy. Okay. This is that Windows onto Japanese Gardens again. Very traditional patterns. It's got kind of a sage green background. Looks fucking amazing with navy zip. So that's what we're going to do. And we're going to do navy handles because let's just carry it through. That is the same handle. Just like that. Now, we're not out of the long navy zippers yet, so we're just going to go along with finishing those off. We do have a lot of white in here, so we probably should actually be doing any white zips out of here as well, but yeah, whatever. This is Bunny with Sakura on the Aqua, which you've seen me working with for the past little bit for some custom orders. I think if I have silver, no, I think it needs to be this like sandy brown color. And then we're going to do either a sandy brown zipper or an off-white zipper. Or these Stark bunnies. No, those are Stark bunnies. So we're going, which means that they're like white. So we're going to do a white zip on this one. Nope. Off-white. Yeah. Just a tone level up. Can't decide if it's actually smoky outside or what it's actually doing. It's like, it looks kind of smoky, but I don't think it's as smoky as it was yesterday. Actually, I know it's not as smoky as it was yesterday. Hydrangea is going to get this nice pink. And then do we go with that blue again? Or do we go with pink? Do I have a light pink in here? Or did I use them all up? And is it that blue or this blue? It's that blue if I do it. Okay. Could also do off-white. Again, I might not want to contrast it. But let's see if off-white works. Or if it's too, no. Actually, or I've got like a warmer butter yellow. Actually, the butter looks nice with that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Remove the distractions, Kitty. So I'm almost halfway, about halfway through the Atlas Complex, which is the third in a trilogy by Olivia Blake. I'm very much enjoying it right now. Yeah, it's really good. Okay, I'm gonna go with teal handles for this guy and a hot pink zip because hi, that's what we're here for. Yeah, so almost done, or like over halfway through. I've got a 7-day loan on it because it's a skip the line loan, which opens up my spot for someone else on the hold queue, which is kind of nice. And really enjoying it. It isn't messing with my head quite as much as the last book. There's definitely been some like, what? But nowhere near as much as there was last book, which I am grateful for. Last book kind of broke my brain, so. Okay, we can go with a set of pink handles, or should we go with a set of light blue handles with this? I think this light blue looks better with the other strawberry bag. Okay. Yeah, I think Or was this intended to have pink handles as well? 'Cause blue, no, blue looks good with this. And then I think because the strawberries are a little bit larger, I think we go with, yeah, pink zip. That one's short. This one's the right length. Blue handles, blue background, pink zip, pink strawberries. Driving out to Vancouver in 3 weeks' time. If you're like, what's with the heavy sigh, Katie? 3 weeks. Ooh, sand colored for sure. And I think this is one of the silver ones because then it doesn't like interfere with the print too much. Yeah, it catches the colors of the cats. And this bin is heavy. Okay, let's pull the majority of these out from underneath here so that we can grab them. If I actually took these out, I would have a better time of it probably. There we go. Ooh, they're heavy. And then all the fabric for the like lining is on the bottom, so that is not helping with the weight issue. All right, get out. Why is there only one silver? God damn. There's another. Okay. That was such a deja vu moment. Whoa. Maybe it happened last year. Who knows? Okay. So we've got, these are like Sentaku Soji, which is laundry cats. So there's washing machines and laundry lines, and it's super cute. We have the chocolate bars. Chocolate bars is easy. We're doing brown with brown because even if it looks good anyway. And also it's chocolate. So chocolate brown with chocolate brown handles just makes sense. You're like, I can't even see the print. I know. Sucks to be you. You'll see it when I make it. Black cats with on purple piano keys, black handles with a black zip. Popcorn cats is next, and it will have black handles and a black zip. Actually, no, it's gonna have pink handles. Yeah, it could have black handles, but let's pick up the pink in there maybe. I would love a like popcorn yellow if I can find it. That looks really good. Or was this? Yeah, and then pink handles. I don't know if that's what was intended. I don't remember. Doesn't matter at this point. It probably was intended to be a black zip, black handles, but whatever. This is prettier. And this is what I mean by I don't always stick to what I decide. Besides the fact that I can't remember. Sand handles. And then this could go blue, black. Actually, navy looks really good with this one. That's a short zip again. Navy, navy, navy. Yeah, navy. Okay. All right, then there's these strawberries on light gray. Now this is a little bit of an interesting one because the strawberries look almost purple. They are pink, but they get tone shifted by the background quite significantly. Okay, come on, there needs to be more gray in here somewhere. I'm thinking I'll go with the silver for the background here again. Yeah, because that's not going to contrast. Ooh, no, it looks dirty. Never mind. It's not dirty. It's just that it looks like the light gray webbing is probably a warm tone, whereas the light gray on the back of this is actually a cool tone. And that's why the strawberries are also going towards the more purple bent, is because they're blue toned. It's a cooler tone of gray. Now, the question becomes, Actually, that zipper matches damn near perfectly. And we're just going to use black webbing because black is the most neutral color in this equation. All right, looks like I'll probably get the majority of these matched, and then I'm going to go have lunch, and then we'll come back downstairs and we'll do, what are we going to do next? Are we going to, oh, I'm going to try and track down the fucking small box bag exteriors. That would be extremely helpful in my pursuit of finishing. So, you know, I kind of have to. Okay. I did spend a little bit of time this morning and cut the rest of the interfacing for bookmarks. So they're one step closer to being able to be sewn, which is exciting. This is super straightforward, black and black. So that's part of what I spent this morning doing. So I was a little bit later coming on. I did not run this morning like I was supposed to. And that's part of what the smoke comments are about, is because I'm like, I need to actually go do like interval training. And that is tough on a treadmill. I was also exhausted this morning. I stayed up way too late last night, which was my own damn fault, but I did it anyway. No, black. But, so I have a base run tomorrow technically, so I might flip-flop the days just so it's like, maybe I'll have more energy tomorrow. I won't go to bed. I'm not going to bed as late tonight. That's for damn sure. I don't know why. Was it the like revenge bedtime procrastination? Totally hit hard last night. I've been doing pretty good about making sure that I go to bed. But last night it's just like, no. What did I do? And I did not come on and stream last night either. I did semi-pack the kids' lunch last night. At least the noodle part of it. So that I didn't have to do as much this morning. So that helped quite a bit. But, yeah. Okay. This could go black or red. The red does look very nice and contrasts with the pink really good. Yeah, we're going to go with red for that one. But we are going to do black webbing handles to pull out the kitty cats. This is like little tuxedo cats with the Japanese circles with traditional patterns. Oh, I did. Okay. I like looked at the bin like that's where I've been pulling all my stuff from. Which technically, yes, I have been, but like, my God, Katie, get it together. This is little tuxedo cats in quilt windows in that orange, pink, and gold. It's kind of like a burnt umber and a little bit more scarlety and red. It's going to get a black zipper. This bouquet cats, actually this bouquet cats might look really good with a navy zip. 1 second. Because there's this like really cool blue in here. No, it's too much contrast. Black it is. So there's a black zip right there that's already been cut to length. Excellent. Okay, and then we're going to do black handles because obviously little black cats, black zipper. Okay. We have the sloths, pink lemonade sloths, because the colorway is very much that. This is going to get this nice chocolate brown zipper. It's a nice warm color to complement the pink on the background here. And also like kind of pull it out. And then I think we're going to do the sand handles because it's a little bit lighter. So it'll lighten up the depth of color of the chocolate brown, but also like pull some of the little bit cooler sand colors out of the sloths that are in the back there. Moonlight black cat here is black zipper. We could do a purple technically, or like this blue maybe. No, I call this one Moonlight because again, reminds me of Sailor Moon. Very much in that color palette. Black just makes sense. Oh right, this one might need to go just get opened up and pressed again because it's a little bit crinkled right here. So we'll do that as well. Going with black. Winter Pine, which is another one of the patchwork cats, is getting black zipper. And then that one's not involved here. I'm just going to grab the autumnal black cat as well. And those are both just going to go into the black and black pile. Black and black. guess this was more organized when I first did it, but then I had to clear off the cutting table to do shit, so that's what happened. And I'm talking about the webbing, not the bags. The bags have been disordered for a while. Next year will be the year that we're more organized. I say as I think of all of the stuff that still needs, like, is still whips right now. Love you all. Thank you for continuing to support the chaos. Life, folks. I don't get it. Okay. I'm gonna shove the navy back a little bit just so it's like got its own separate little space. We're not using the navy zips for a lot of these ones yet because it's I still have quite a few long navy zips. It's mostly the shorter zips I don't have of that one. Fans on white is going to get black handles and a black zip because there's some very nice black to highlight on these. Go. And then these like subdued neon cats. It's basically like cats in these florals, but the florals would be neon if this wasn't a cotton linen blend. Actually, I feel like it's supposed to have a teal, yes, teal handles, because that helps like brighten it up a little bit. The teal is the brightest color on it, and then we'll do a black zip. Could be pink too, but teal I think looks the best there. In IMO, this is Conspiracy Theory Dogs. Navy, because it just complements it. It's not as stark as the black, but it's still like really nicely done with the navy. Okay. And then we've got koi with charcoal and black waves. There are fish on here in navy, but I think it would be too much of a contrast to do a navy zip. So we're going to do, yeah, black handle, black zip. Or black handle. Ooh, should we do black handles and red zip? Red zip might look really good. I think this is too bright. But the one that we have on the roll might be just right. Yes, that's what we're going to do. Ready for a nap. I just realized that I can't really do the twill until after I get these bags like partially assembled, like the small box bags, because joke's on me, they're all mixed up in the zipper lineups. Whoops. This is the one I was working on last night. We're gonna do navy. Because again, it contrasts, but also like coordinates, I guess might be the best description. Pulls the navy of the cat detailing out, which is what we're going for. The background's like what I consider indigo. This is not indigo dyed, but it is indigo color. These cats on the navy or on this aqua with the strawberries looks really good with the red zip, so that's what we're going to do. But we're going to do black handles, red zip, because then it creates that nice contrast and pulls out the kind of like two different colorways that are predominant in here. Bloop. Okay, we've got fans on black. Obviously, that's just going to go to black because high. And we need black handles. Black and black and black and black and black. A lot of these got missed earlier this year because I ran out of zipper pulls for the black fabric or black zips, and it took them fucking forever to get me zipper pulls. Like, what? Nearly 6 months? And then they didn't ship me some of the zipper pulls I needed. They did rectify that, but I was just like, oh my God. Not what you expect from the company that I ordered from, that's for damn sure. Didn't we already do black cats with on white? Doesn't matter, we're like, this will be a super popular print, so we'll do both, but I'm pretty sure we've got two. Which I guess whatever, I just said it's fine. All right. Black and black, obviously, because we don't have, well, we could do white, but white is almost, it's too much white almost on that one. I want to do brown and brown with this one, nice and warm. And it picks up the browns of the cats, adds a little bit of diversity to the color scheme. Also don't want all my bags to have black and black, even when that is one of the predominant colors. Actually, I don't want that one. I want this more like, so that's what I call chocolate or coffee brown. This is more of like a seal brown, I think. It's a little bit lighter. This one will work, so I'll keep it out just in case I don't have more of that other brown. But I thought I did. Maybe not. La 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 la. Well, that's good. We've used up some of the zips that I thought I still had. Good, 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 good. Yeah, nope, I don't see any of that other brown. All right, darker brown it is. Excellent. Okay, good. That goes to this pile. These puppers, I used to have the perfect purple for it. It would pull the, it's like this like pinky purple. I don't think I've had that color in years though. So we'll do a okay, we're gonna do teal handles though, and we'll do a black zip. Okay, strawberry bees. They look good with red or charcoal. I'm gonna go with a red handle with them. It's very bright, I know, but like the, oh, it just brightens it up so nicely. We could also go with a nice gold for the bees. Let's do that. Let's just go color wild on this one. Why be demure? These bunnies will pop the best with black and black because of the, actually, I wonder if I probably intended pink handles because, well, pink. So we'll do pink handles and black zip. And the next sweets party is also going to be pink handles and a pink zip, hopefully. As long as I've got the right colorway here. Okay, so there's that. Oh yeah, actually this is going to have the blue zip again because it's going to pick out the blue on the macaron that are here. Nope, that's too stark with the, nope, never mind. Eat my words. Actually, should we just go to sand? Oh, I like the little bit darker sand against that. And then should we do pink though? Yeah, pink for the handles just because it's pretty. Okay. Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. This is going to get the silver handles because again, it's less disruptive to the overall aesthetic. Then I think we're going to go with a charcoal zipper for this one. Or aqua if I have it. If I have an aqua like we did for the other one, we're totally going, yep, and there we go, aqua. Excellent. That's leather, that's not helpful right now. Okay, this one would have also benefited from that purple that I can think of, but I've got a teal zipper that should look amazing with it. Nope, that's too blue. Where is it? It is here somewhere. That's it. It's a lighter tone of the background color, but do I have the deeper ones? Yes, is that it? No, it is not. It is actually this one. Okay, because it picks up the little bit lighter in the background there as well. And then we'll do navy handles, because usually I do pop this one in with a navy zip, but I like that better. I like that. A little bit of a pop of color. Next is Capybara Sensei, or Professor Capybara. It's got these like big glasses on. We're gonna do teal handles with this one and a navy zip. Cause fuck yeah, why not? Unless we want to do both. No, the handles are the right color. The zipper is not quite right, but then we'll add the navy zipper in because that is the main color with the Capybara-san, Professor Capybara. We have Omatsuri print. This needs pink handles and I think a blue zip to kind of pick up some of the colorways that are in here. Or was this? No, this wasn't purple, I don't think. Okay. Pink and blue. No. Yellow? Yes. Because it's almost the exact same color as the balloons here. Okay. All right. May feel like this pile is never ending, but we are actually making extremely good progress. This one I'm going to actually do the purple handles with because yes, the colorway is predominantly red, but the purple is a very nice contrast to the predominance of the red. There is also some very like strong purple parasols in here along with a lot of purple details. And then we're going to go very demure with an off-white zipper. All right, we got really bright pink and blue sheep. We're gonna go with pink handles for it and then a white zipper because the background is a very stark white. And as I've mentioned previously, it's really hard to find bags where you can do a stark white zipper. So here we are, using up our stark white zipper stock finally. We have some of the fans now on light blue. Now this one's a little bit tough because this blue is very distinct. So I think what I'm going to do in this case is I'm actually going to lean into the purple because this tone of zipper actually matches some of this like blue purple that's down here. Matches kind of the overall vibe of the bag, I guess, as well. And then we're going to do, I think I decided on blue handles for this one. Yes, definitely the blue handles, although that throws that purple off. So we're going to get rid of the purple. Could do this like, yeah, the deeper blue. Okay, which kind of transitions or like amalgamates the feel of the handle against this background. There we go. Tuxedo Cat on light pink. Pretty sure this is just supposed to be black and black. So let's just, that's what it's calling me for. So let's do black and black on this one. And then the next one is like hot pink polka dots with a dark charcoal background. So we're going to go with black handles, but we're going to do a bright pink zip because it basically matches the polka dots. Okay. Black candles, black candles, black candles onto this bag. And then we've got Matryoshka kitties, and they also need, I think they should be black and hot pink as well. Or these aren't Matryoshka. I don't know why I always called them Matryoshka. It's like, Katie, they're fucking Daruma. That makes way more sense for Japan, and they're Daruma. There have been Matryoshka prints that I've had, but this is not it. This is Daruma. So these are Daruma kitties on a hot pink background, and they got a lot of really cool little highlighting on them. And we're going to go with a hot pink zip. All right, next up is the another strawberry print, which we've already decided that it's the red zip, and this is no different, except we're going to do the sand colored handles with a red zip. It's going to look fucking amazing. Okay, red. And then for this one, I think we're actually going to do brown handles and the red zip. Yep. Because this is kind of like, again, that purpley, apparently a little bit brown. I don't know where to classify it, but red will look good with it. All right, now we're on to Sushi Neko. Sushi Neko, I think, should probably have navy handles. The red was not the right tone for it, but navy. And then a black zip or navy zip. Navy zip might look really good too. Navy handles, navy zip. There's definitely navy in the print itself. That's why I'm comfortable putting the navy handles on it. But navy zip would provide a nice contrast too without being so stark as the black. Okay, and then we've got one final strawberries. What did I put with the last one? I've put sand and I've put dark brown. So what should I do for this one? I think the brown might look the best. Fuck yeah. Okay, brown and then the red zip because hello. Hello. Gorgeous. All right. We've got sweet fruits with this really gorgeous, cute pink strawberries. I feel like that was intended to have yellow handles. And I think it's this butter creamy, yeah, it's like traditional vanilla colored zip. Okay, and then the pastel pink florals are back again. We're gonna go with pink handles for it this time. Go with blue, now pink. Scream Sailor Moon, and Sailor Moon is pink. Pink, 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 pink. But I'm gonna do a blue zipper. Or am I gonna do a yellow zipper? It's almost like, oh no. Okay, that's very demure. It's elegant. Ugh. Fuck yeah, bright. I know I said it's pastels, but it's not like that pastel. The main overall background color is pastel, but like this is highlighting colorways that are in the fabric. So here we are. Yellow zip, pink handles. Now we're into sheep, and it gets light blue handles because the sheep are kind of light blue. And then it gets a gray zip because the light blue handles are enough brightness for this bag. Less demure than if I just went with like black, but not as eye-searing as other options. Okay. Bloop. Bloop. No. No. Alrighty, we've only got a couple more. Woohoo! We've done it. Dun 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 done it. We've almost done it. Okay, this one usually looks really good with brown, but I am going to do a red zip to pull out the red berries, and then we can do the brown with the bunnies. Yes, yeah. Although brown zip does look nice and demure with this. Brown, red, brown, red, brown, red. I really like the red. I do have a brighter red than our darker. Ooh, there we go. Okay. Red, 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 and chocolate brown. Bunny illustrations. Done. Okay, now we're on to chocolate again. So this is going to get that dark chocolate brown zip and the chocolate handles. And if you're like Katie, you still have a lot of webbing at your feet. Yes, I do, because we still have a lot of like tote bag stuff in her. Oh shit, I just saw another handle over there that needs to have a zipper match. We've done the majority. We don't get all of them done, it's fine. Because are we going to sew all of them? Actually, probably. At least for the small box bags, we'll probably get all of them done. Maybe. I don't know what's happening yet. I don't know, man. Navy. Easy. Navy, 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 navy. Navy zipper, navy zipper, navy zip, 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 zip. Wait, am I out of long navy zippers? I might be. Oh, there's one. They are few and far between now, though. If there is any others left after this one. Okay, this is little Frenchies with red highlights. I'm going to go with the black zipper. However, we are going to go with red handles. We could do black handles, but we're going to do red handles because where's the fun in that? I'm not doing that. All right. Bloop. And then we've got this. This is Sakura highlighted in gold on this really gorgeous like gold background. I find that it gets picked up best by a nice brown handle and a brown zip as well, because it's really hard color to coordinate with the current colors I have for zips, so that's just what works the best for me. There we go. Last bag here, last bag to match, last bag to matchy match, which is this floral puffs on this gorgeous lime green. Now, you could shout, yes, do a lime green zipper, but I will show you the option we're actually going to do, which is that like tangerine-y kind of orangey yellow. Or we can do a hot pink, which actually picks up the pink in here really well, because this isn't quite the right golden. Could also do a bright yellow, but no, that's too far apart. Okay. I think this is the closest I've got right now. So we could do this one, or we could do the hot pink. I think if the hot pink is winning right now, because I also don't have a lime green zipper in the correct length. Well, there we go. Hot pink. And then should we do pink handles? Yellow handles. Pink. The yellow threw it off because it's too like sunshine versus like, this is more of a, I don't know, it's a really deep tone of pink or yellow. Anyway, there we go. We have matched everything that I am committed to sewing right now. That means that these zips need to go back in the bin, and then all of this webbing needs to go back in the tote bag bin. As I said, we have a lot more tote bags to finish. It's just not happening right now. Oh, there's a shit ton more webbing. I am going to pilfer all of the linings for now, and we will sort out details for shit later. And then we can put all this webbing back in. Oh. See, I'm kind of organized. Like shit. Okay, there. Now we do need to go find those fucking small box bags. Oh, what I can do now is, because it's not so heavy, is I'll shuffle this back. Oh, that's too small. That's a zipper lid. Where's it? This one's lid. Oh, it's over there. Well, whatever. I'm gonna put it. Oh, it's too tall. Oh, no, it's not. Jesus. The drama. Now it's under the cutting table. So now when we are like, actually, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to, there is a bunch that got taken out yesterday because they didn't have canvas bottoms, and I do not feel like doing more tote bags this season. Or at least we'll wrap up on what we have cut. We're not cutting tote bags for a very, very long time. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw them all down there into the bin. And then there's a bunch of garbage, and honestly, it's a bunch of interfacing, so we are just going to throw it out. I guess I could actually send it to my friend for stuff in her things, but not this round. Just throw it out. Don't have to keep everything. Don't have to keep everything. Okay. Now, there's some zips up here that could be Yeah, I'll just throw them in the short zip bucket for now. And there's a bunch of personal stash that needs to get out of here. And since I'm going back into the storage room anyway, I may as well take it with me. La 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 la. And you're like, why are you muttering off screen? I don't know. Come with me. Let's go. Not like you can come with me anyway. Joke's on you and me. Okay, let's see. I don't know what happened, but this door is like, I don't think it's leveled properly right now. So it's like such a fucking pain in the butt to open and close. Okay, I think I see. Yes, that's small box bags. Okay, cool. So if I clear that bin out of here, bloop, that's actually helpful too. Stock, 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 stock. A shirt to finish for me. Of course, I have a crap ton of projects that are unfinished for me. La 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 la. Okay, that's stuff to be processed for other things. And then, I don't know what that is. Whatever. Bloop. And there's some more tote bag handles, which I can bring out. And then here's a traveler sling paper pattern, apparently. And a large box bag that could use a finishing. And a handle for a bin that's probably out there. Oh, there's the foam. Do I have? Yeah, I need foam. And I also need fleece, actually, for some of the stuff I'm going to go into soon-ish. Hey, get out of here. You're not meant to be in here right now, because I'm going to close the door, and you will get stuck. I'm talking to the cat. All right. She probably jumped into the back. Yeah, there she goes. Trot, 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 trot. Get the full coat. Alrighty. So here's the small box bags that we need the exteriors for. And then the zippers can go back. Excellent. Well, that was easy-ish. Easy enough. Okay, I'm just chucking this in the corner though. Because who the fuck cares? Again, who cares? I will when I have to go tidy up that room, but I don't care right now. Okay. This room needs a lot of work. Dallas looked at it and he's like, you're going to have it tidy before we go to Japan. I'm like, I know. I do understand this. Okay, honestly, I think that's a good break place anyway. I'm going to go get some lunch and use the washroom. And then we'll come back downstairs and we'll start assembling stuff. And I'll move the camera back so you can actually see my sewing table. Yeah, see you in a little bit. BRB. Okay. We have returned, and by we, I mean me. We have successfully matched everything, and now we're going to sit down and we are going to sew. Correct? Correct, I think so. And then tonight is going to be when I clip everything for the Tote bag and we'll get it all done. I'm going to sew this last drawstring channel that I luckily found today because the bag is actually in the bin. And then I'm just debating if we should go in and sew the bookmarks or if we should go in and just start on the small box bags and the tote bags. We'll start with the small box bags actually, because I just realized all the linings for the small box bags are ready, whereas the tote bags I think I still have to trim down quite a bit. Details, minor details for a major project. I forgot to turn my machine on. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Off we go to the races or something. So, we're working on this. Now, I do have a bunch that I also sewed done yesterday, but I did not yet trim up. I'm not overly worried about that. We'll do that. We can do that in a bit. Why I need to trim them down is we need to trim them down so that I can make the actual, like, base the channels together. So maybe we'll do that now too, just then I'm done. This is the handle that I kept forgetting needed top stitching, so now we'll get it top stitched. There's one more as well, but it needs white top stitching, so when we swap the thread out, it can be top stitched. Okay, there we go. Clip, clip, clip. That I'm gonna chuck it over with the navy because it's gonna get a navy zip. Probably, I haven't pulled any of the stuff over yet. It's all like over that direction. So because we're gonna actually double check to make sure that these in here actually are the bags I'm anticipating. Oh shit. Right on top there's more bags to match. I thought I was missing stuff. Okay, so we're closer. I counted like 95 earlier, so we're definitely going to be closer to 100. Are we surprised? No. Why should we be surprised? Of course we have more. Because, yeah, there's an extra 3. Oops. And that's actually 4 and 5. So, yeah, I've got closer to like 95 right now. Oops, that's okay. Or 100, because we had 95 when I finished the counts. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Okay, yeah, we're going to actually do these. I'm going to trim them up. We'll base together the drawstring channels. I'm just thinking because then it's like we're set, and these are all pretty much dark ones as well, so like no, you're not going to see this stitching, but like it's not going to hurt to do it in a black thread either. And if you know me well, you know I hate swapping thread colors. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't even remember if these ones have their bases done or if they're actually in. Oh yeah, most of these are in the back there. Like they don't have their bases done. So these will be prepped to go. Basically we have enough Tote right now that I would feel comfortable not cutting anything more and just finishing up what we have. If I'm going to do anything more, I think we're going, well, we have to do minis. And I would like to get a few more belt bags done just so we have a little bit more variety there. Like there's other things I would like to focus on as much as the Tote. Well, the Tote always sells so well though, that's the problem. But if I add these in with, like realistically they need bases and interiors. I don't know anymore. Also, I did track down a lot of those options in the bin over here. So they actually need to be moved into the Kato bin so that everything's like stacked properly. I'm tired. There's a lot of shit going on right now. By the way, thank you to all my Canadian customers who are still purchasing from me. I greatly appreciate it because my strongest customer base is in Canada, which is amazing. Especially given all the shenaniganery that's happened. Now, I didn't know this, but apparently the de minimis was actually going to be removed under Biden anyway. But like it was supposed to be done next year with a lot of prep so that like we knew actually how to deal with de minimis. Unlike this, like, all right, we're slamming it in. Here's 10 days notice or whatever it was. And like I said, I honestly thought that given how everything else has gone this year, that it was just going to get walked back. Joke's on me. Oh well. If I sound a little bit blasé about it, I am a little bit. When I say that my Canadian customer base is my strongest customer base, I actually have only 3% of my sales typically go to the States. That was based on last year. Obviously, that's going to fluctuate. And the thing about it is that the U.S. does have some of the highest market potential, but it's also why I'm a little bit... It's all over the place anyway right now. So I'm kind of like, I'm going to sit this back. We're going to focus on Knit City and getting prep for pre-orders, and then we'll reassess after that. That's more or less where I'm at with it right now. So, and I'm extremely lucky to even have the privilege of being able to chill on it until after Knit City. Now, I'm still going to chat with people and get things figured out, so hopefully I can bring it in as soon as I'm done Knit City. But we'll find out. Caroline did have a good suggestion about to wait on pre-orders for the States just to see how this all pans out with the tariffs and stuff like that. So probably what I'll do there is we'll open them up for Canada and my other markets that are available to me, like Australia and Japan and a few others. Because the other portion of this is I can't actually ship to the EU right now either, because of the stuff that they've brought in. So, yeah. La, la, la. This is not a woe is me thing. We're sewing. I'm chatting. We're good. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. I'm much more intent on getting my, shit together for Knit City right now. I think the smoke is definitely less than it was yesterday, which is nice. It's not like, or it could just be that it's cloudy. I don't know. It's definitely not yellow like it was yesterday, which is nice. A little bit less apocalypse now, I think. And my sunflowers are doing fucking amazing. The really tall ones, I'll have to go take a picture of how tall they are. I think they're at least 10 feet. Maybe even closer to 11. I don't know how tall that fence is. I don't know if it's like a 6 or 8 foot fence. Actually, it's probably about 6.5. So maybe they're only 10 feet tall. Only. Like, that's a tiny sunflower. Anyway, they've definitely grown to their potential. And they're just about ready to bloom, which is super exciting. But, yeah. I still need to cut our grass. Maybe that's something I'll do tonight, actually, once the kids are home. Bedtime took nowhere near as long last night, but now they're like, they fell asleep later still. About 8:30. It's not bad for them. But then it's like, it's still like peeling bubble gum off the ground to get them out of bed. Pancake flipped them, especially the eldest. And I'm like, well, you're super excited to go to kindergarten though. So like, get out of bed. We did get there about 15 minutes earlier than yesterday. So I'm like, yes, if we inch it back like again, we'll be on time. Now this is also on me. I stayed up way too late last night. Not just on them. Still. Maybe we should start doing this. It's like, usually I pick up their clothes in the morning, but maybe I should get them to pick their clothes out at night and lay them out so that like, because that's one thing is they hate getting dressed in the morning. I'm like, I don't blame you, but you gotta go. It's school day and I need to sew. I'm always so offended by that. I'm like, well, if I don't sew and we don't sell a product, then we don't get to go to Japan. Which, by the way, is coming up in February. Super excited. And if you've joined me before and you know this, welcome back. We're still excited. If you're new and you don't know, I buy all my fabrics in Japan. So February is our next return trip. And looking at my shelves, I have enough probably for the next year. But it is time. It is time. Okay. We're going to swap out to white thread so I can top stitch this, and then we're going to go in and sew the bookmarks. Yes, I know that's not the small box bags that I promised, but the bookmarks are sitting right here taunting me. Actually, do I want to do the bookmarks? Small box bags in some ways are easier, which is insane because they are zippers, but I always mess up the direction of the bookmarks. That's the problem. That's what I was thinking. Okay. I think, yeah, so we moved the studio around, but it didn't leave a lot of room for the cat trees. But Dahlia just jumped up in the big tree that's like right here. Usually she likes her little smaller tree with like her heating pad and stuff, but she hasn't used it at all. Yeah, because it's in the middle of the room. Oh yeah, slow blink. I like it too. Do you want me to get your blanket? Yeah. Okay, one second. I don't know if I can reach your heating. Oh, we can. Okay, one moment. We can also get your heating pad, Sweet Pea. She likes being involved without being like involved. So give me one moment here. Oh, it's not even plugged in, I don't think, over here. That's why she didn't want to use it. Oh, useless. Well, it's still comfy cozy because it's still her blanket, but here. It's okay, come here. Yeah, I know. Here's your stuff. Of course, as soon as I put everything that smells like her in there, she's going to be like, fuck no. I found her adoption papers the other day because I had the urge to like tidy up and shred papers in our storage room. So when that desire strikes, you got to do it. Anyway, I found her adoption papers and it was like sweet and curious, but would do best in a home without small children. Read that and I was like, ooh. Well, she did live with Dallas and I for the longest time by herself and other cats. But, sorry, I'm like, I want to plug this in for her. But, yeah, we definitely added small children. 2 small children in rapid succession. And she's not too bad with them. Mostly she just runs away. She is starting to let them pet her, which is, like, gloriously exciting. For me, at least. And they don't maul her the same way that they try to maul Mr. Flynn. Sweet. Dahlia. Where'd you go? Yeah, well, she fucked off. All right. Anyway, her bed is now set up proper. Okay. I think we should do small box bags. I know there's a big pile of bookmarks here, but smaller box bags also have a higher sale value. Higher dollar value than the bookmarks. Although I definitely do need to do bookmarks before Knit City because they are popular, and I just got freaked out by the reflection of the spool in the window. Right. Anyway, yeah, I do need more bookmarks, but they can be lower priority. They're also, well, they need a lot of sewing work, though. That is the issue. Oh, well, they'll get done at some point, probably at 3 a.m. Shoot, I need to call and find out if we can get our... So we've got the truck going in for an oil change because it needs an oil change before I drive back out to Vancouver, having just driven it out to Victoria. And it's like, we'll do the tire alignment. It's like, wait, no, don't do the tire alignment. We need to find out if they can swap our tires first, because I was going to book it a separate appointment to do the tires, but if they can do the tires at the same time, way better for us. So I guess I better either have to get Dallas to call or I need to call, because the other part, then the other flip side of this is that if they can't do the tires, I need to call and get a tire appointment. Oops. For sometime that week, right before Knit City. And if you're like, hey, it's only the end of September, I knew. But it's also the end of September driving through the mountains. And I have 100% encountered snow coming home from Knit City, and I'm not playing that game. So we're going to be responsible adults and get our tires changed. Also because it's actually, for insurance purposes, legally required to have either chains or preferably winter tires when you drive in BC on October 1st. And we're not supposed to be there on October 1st. But it's winter, or it's fall time in the mountains. Yeah, the last time I drove through when it had snow, it was it rained all the way from Vancouver. I think we had a 20-minute spot where it didn't rain, was basically the best description. We hit slush on the Rogers Pass, and then it just basically followed us in to frickin' Cochrane. The woman that I was traveling with I was like, do you want to stay for dinner? She's like, no, I just want to go home. I'm like, I don't blame you. And then I woke up on Tuesday morning and it was 4 to 6 inches of snow, and Caroline had texted me that they were stuck in Canmore. So yay for us getting through, because Dallas and I were leaving for Disney World the next day on the Wednesday. So I called Dallas while he was at work, and I'm like, I'm booking us a hotel room because I don't want to drive this shit at 4 a.m. on Wednesday morning. It probably would have been fine, but you know what I mean? Yeah, so I got us a cheap hotel room and we stayed, and it was probably the best decision. Because basically I was able to dawdle in and then just pick them up from the airport and then scuttle over to the hotel. All right, I'm just gonna finish off the sorting of the handles that I did not have. We are not going to start with the zipper tape. We're going to start with the fixed closed zippers, whatever the hell you want to call them. And then, Delia, come here. I know, I set your tree up for you, Screamy. Come here. Here, there you go. That has to be nice, right? Meow. What do you think? Meow. And then you can lay there and observe the whole room as per your usual. Anyway, we're going to do the closed end zippers first. I was like, I'm going to be all clever and do all the twill now too. But no, we're not. We're going to do the twill later when we've got these this next step done-ish. Okay, so because we can chain piece these, kind of. So what I need to do is I need to go in and match up these zippers with what I actually have in the bin right now, which is this daunting pile. This big old pile. Now, some of these I know for sure aren't in this pile simply because I know what color, I remember what color I matched them with. Oh, we already have some partially sewn too. Excellent. Perfect. Okay. This one's already sewn. I didn't think it was. That one is in the, wait, wasn't it on top? Nope, it was just free floating. Okay. And then there's some that I know for sure are not over there. Like this one. It's gorgeous, but I do not remember seeing the handle today. La 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 la, gonna ignore my discombobulated studio. Okay. This one's definitely over there. This one was not yet matched with anything, but should probably be red. This one is here because it's got a short red zipper. I do remember that. Right here. Not Quite Party Animals is still over in the pile. That is a black zipper. That is a black zipper. I don't remember seeing that one. That got matched in here to a teal, from what I remember, unless that was, nope, there it is right there. Okay, all of these ones that are over there, I'm going to actually drop on the floor because what we are going to need is we're going to need all of the lining fabrics here soon. That's navy. This one might have been matched with one of the last browns, actually. There it is, right there. This one got matched. It's right here. Bunny, I think, is in the red pile over there. Interesting. I debated between the purple and the blue today, and I'd have previously gone with the purple. Cool. Okay. Pop that on the floor because we've already sewn a zipper into it. Clip pile. I don't know why I keep going to call them snaps, but they're clips. Okay. That's over there. It's not here. This one, I don't remember seeing the handle. These guys, this one's been matched, the wild birds. And then this one, I'm pretty sure is not here. It's over in the other pile. Same as this one is going to be an off-white one. That's a navy zipper. This one is off-white. Strawberries are right here. This guy is right here as well. This is like little sketched dogs with little color pops. Pastel anime florals. Navy. Oh, that one's already matched with, oh right, these zips are like too small for anything else, so they get used for the small box bags. I don't remember seeing this handle. If it is, we'll get it later. That one's a black color. This was off-white, charcoal, black, navy. Don't remember seeing it. I do also have another handle here that we have not matched, but I have a feeling that will go with, well, that's it right here. That'll be a charcoal or something over there as well. Black, 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 navy. This one I see right here. There's 2 of them. Why is there still 2 of them? Well, I'll trim that down in a few minutes then. That one's got a black as well as the other. Is the other Spank Bear in here? Yes, okay. Okay, the snow globes is over there. Navy. Black. Pretty sure that went black. Black, black, black or red. It's not here. Did we keep? Oh, that's just chill in here. I'm pretty sure that's an off-white. Pretty sure this also went off-white. Macaron Critters is not here. Okay, that's okay. Sketchbook Cats is. They got little, like, bright little sweaters on them. Super cute. I love this fabric. This one's a black zipper. That'll be, oh, no, I was like, that's a navy zipper. No, it's not. It's right here. This is right here. That's a black zipper. Black, Not quite Party Animals is over there somewhere. We went navy for this one. This one didn't get matched. Okay, it needs, could go off-white, or we could go get a bright blue zipper or a bright pink zipper. Let's go off-white, and then I don't have to worry about it. Dahlia's like, oh my God, there's fabric flying at me. Strawberries are red. This is over there. This is over there. Black, navy. I don't have a handle for that. Black. This one's got this like nice sienna. So I was talking about this earlier, and what I basically matched is I matched the florals in the back of the owls. That'll be navy. Oh, hello, Hedgies. I have not seen your handle, but I do know I have one. You will be, it'll be navy when we get there. This could use a, actually navy would look really good with it this time. Don't normally do a navy with the Shiba blue, but I think that's a solid decision for this one. Okay. Navy. I don't know why I threw that and not the handle like everything else. Red. Navy. This one is here. Guineas. And that one's charcoal, charcoal, navy. There's a second navy along with a cat bread, which I don't have. I also don't have the handle for that guy. This is off-white, so it's still over there. We don't have the handle for you. You are red, navy, charcoal, red. This one should be here. Oh wait, the mimosa is still here. Never mind. Took some of the last of the navy zips apparently. Okay. Neon Storm is definitely over there. Oh, and the little tuxedo cats is up here as well. Okay. We're like running out of certain colors in the short zip, so that's why it's like half the time it should be here and half the time it should not be here. I'm pretty sure you're over there. You are definitely here because you have a lime green zipper of all colors. That's black. I don't have a handle for you. Damn. And I don't have a handle for you. I'm pretty sure I know where the handles are for those though. Sweets Party is definitely over in that pile. I saw it. I remember processing it. Crochet Granny Square Florals is going to be here. Yes, I did find off-white zipper tape. So I ordered directly through YKK. Oh, there's the hand. Oh, there's there's another drawstring. Fuck yeah. That's one of the ones I was missing. Yes, I did find off-white. Yeah, when you order YKK zippers, it's like 141 or something like that. Let me look it up. One moment. I'm going to finish what's on my table, and then I can look it up. This is a kit bag. Where'd your handle go? Is that your handle in the middle? I did not process it, so we'll process that one later. This one's over for navy zip, as is the strawberries. Navy, we literally just finished this one's handle. Yes, here. Yes, here. Dogs are with charcoal. Yes, here for the paint. Polar bears. Oh, hello, Hedgies. We're going to go with off-white or something for this one. Or navy. Let's go with navy for that one. Okay. That's red. That's somewhere over there. Parasols are definitely over there. I don't have the bunnies. Interesting. I know that it's here somewhere, but okay, we'll finish it there. Anyway, the color code, let me go see if I can find the actual YKK book, because it is actually one of the ones I use a lot more off-white than I use like bright white, because I find that off-white, like it's a conundrum. I've got like a crap ton of bright white zippers, but I never really have much use for them. Oh, that's not the color book. Okay, where the fuck is the color book? I know I actually tucked it on my shelves because that made sense to me at the time, but we flipped the shelves when we moved them into the room, and so now I'm like, where the hell is it? And it's not going to look the same as when I put it on the shelf is part of the issue. There it is. Okay, that was actually easier than I thought it was going to be. So the YKK color card. I can't remember what I ordered. The only one that I've been disappointed in is my gray that I have right now. It's like kind of green gray. And it just isn't quite right. So what I would suggest for like a warm or for an off-white. So these are all the colors that YKK produces, at least for Canada. It's a gorgeous color book. The one I tend to use the most for off-white is 122. That's the one I like the best. It's like in the Z section here. Oop, right here, this guy. 122. Pretty sure that's what I've ordered for the past, like, since I was ordering from the wholesaler on Etsy and everything like that. They do also have 841, which is an off-white at the top of the green here. Sorry, I'm trying to like figure out where we're supposed to be here for the camera. There's also 121. Wait, isn't that what I just said? Oh, 122. 121. I don't know what the difference is between the two of them. You know it's serious when the glasses come off. One might be a little bit more brown. Oh, okay, so maybe I went with 121. Okay, I don't remember if I'm 121 or 122. Anyway, 121 is also really nice, like, it's warm. Might be a bit warmer. That might be the difference, actually. Yeah, because it's at the top of a warmer column, whereas 122 is above, like, on top of a cooler column. That's what I would say. 502 is a little bit more, like, yellow. It's right below the stark white here. This one here, 502. And then 099 is like a sand kind of off-white. Anyway, if I was looking, I would look for the 121 or the 122. I can't remember which one. So this is 121 and 122. I should actually see what I actually ordered. And then I ordered, I think, 387 for my gray. And it's just a little bit too green. So now that I've got the color card, I'm going to go with a different gray next time I've used up the charcoal. Or when I make my next zipper order, because then I have the charcoal I want. There's a lot of very subtle blues. I'm debating because it's like I'm trying to streamline my zipper process, but I'm thinking that I'm still going to need to bring in like a hot pink and a bright blue and maybe something in the green section as well. I don't want my bags to be like super boring. 520 is my favorite red. It's a nice like deep red, and it seems to go with a lot of different red tones. So anyway, this is super useful. It's the color card from YKK. If that's the kind of zippers that you're using, I highly suggest it. Yes. No, if you're in Canada, let me know and I can send you the information for my sales rep. If you email me at katie@ateliernekozuki.com, I can forward the information on to you, sort of thing. Anyway, previously I was buying from, if you're in the States, one of the suppliers that I used was Zip It, but the exchange rate has gotten intense. So now we no longer use Zip It right now. So yeah, basically it's a Canadian distributor through Canada. I will say flat out that the last order was right when they transitioned into a new system. So if you're watching older videos and you hear me complaining about YKK, it was very deserved. But I love YKK zippers and ordering from them. Now there are minimum order quantities, just fair warning. In this case, when you're ordering the zipper tape, yeah, it's like a 200 meter minimum order quantity, and then you have to figure out what you want for zipper pulls. Right now what I have is these really cool, like, oh, that you're not gonna be able to see that. These guys, these are my off-white zipper pulls, and they've got like a little bit more of a donut end, which I really like, compared to like the arrow end or the really tight end of the closed-end zippers that you normally get. I think, you should be able to get a YKK representative in the States too. I just don't have their information, so don't lose heart. And if you're like, nah, fuck that, and I need lower quantities anyway, order through Zip It. They've always been really good. And you can find them on Etsy. So, because I was all like, fuck yeah, wholesale zippers. And then I found out how much cheaper it is to get like production quantities. And I was like, yeah, we'll take it. Okay, we are going to attempt to chain piece our zippers today, at least down one side. I do have to leave like an end on either side so that we've got room to do our closed seam or our end seams. Yes, they're only supposed to be half an inch. I do eyeball them because we got 100 bags, over 100 bags to finish right now, folks. I don't have time to measure them all. Am I going to curse past Katie while I'm sewing? Probably. That's just how life goes right now. But we are in the final countdown for Knit City. I have 3 weeks today. So, pardon me if I don't have the time. I also have Kato and tote bags to finish after this. And then we're going to do a bunch of mini traveler sling cuts, hopefully next week. Next week's kind of disrupted, but we'll try. Oh yeah, that's still less thread out than if I were to actually like cut. Okay. And of course, they're a small business out of the States, so I love supporting small businesses wherever I can. Just, yeah, the whole exchange rate the last few years has killed off a lot of that potential. But YKK is out of Japan as well, just as a heads up. So I don't know. Actually, I don't know if that impacts anything for your shipping right now, because I think Japan's stopped shipping. But I think it is YKK, but they might get manufactured. I don't know where they're manufactured. Just as a heads up. So that might be something to consider as well. Because that's part of what ended up messing up the whole system here for YKK Canada is they're switching over to a new system. I ordered right as they should swap to the new system, and then they apparently had like paint supply issues. It took them 6 months to get me my order. And I was like, I needed these back like in the timeline you provided me, or like 2 weeks before. Disaster. Oh well. I got them eventually. Although then they also like they missed actually sending me the zipper pulls for the off-white zippers. Guys, come on. Now, if you are watching from the other day, yes, I know I said I was going to work on Kato, but I also said we were going to work on small box bags. So here we are. This is the majority of the small box bags getting worked on. They've all the ones that have handles and are like ready to be processed have been matched with zippers, or at least chucked in the general direction of the zipper tape where needed. And tonight I was thinking what I'll do is I'll go in and I'm going to clip the Kato. The problem is that the Kato are at a point where I need to be doing a lot of very tedious work of clipping them, and I don't have a lot of stories to tell right now. So I want a story in my ears, which means an audiobook. And yeah, I'm going to like head down and get those clipped. Realistically, we do have a significant number ready to just smash together, which is fucking amazing. Because Tara is still, she doesn't know if she'll be able to come out this weekend, but if she does, then I'll have stuff for her to turn and such. But yeah, realistically, I should be able to clip at least half of them tonight, and then we can sew, and then maybe I'll clip and sew the remainder tomorrow. I will sew the majority of them tomorrow, sort of thing. But who knows? We also have bookmarks to finish, so we shall see. I really do need to go in and do a mini traveler sling fabric selection, and I do want to get a couple like wide open wedge handbag things done as well, so we'll see if that happens or not. Realistically, 100 small box bags it is a fucking intense week, but they can be done in 7 days. I don't know if I have that intensity in me right now. That's where my hesitation is. It's like, oh, do I have it? I've got 3 weeks. And spending a full week on small box bags does not sound like a good time right now. There are less than I thought there was. We have gotten more done than I thought we did. Because it turns out that I thought we had about 150 to finish. We probably do have closer to like 120 right now. But some of them I don't have. Some are duplicates and some of them don't have handles right now. So we're ignoring them. But at the count of all the ones that have handles and are ready to go, I had just over 100. So we'll see. One had to get rejected though because it was the bunnies and it was like there was no bag to go with it. I have the handle. The handle is top stitched. I've seen the bag, like the exterior cut, and it's just like la 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 la. I'm gonna taunt you because I don't have fabric here. And I'm like, what the hell? Maybe it's a large box bag. That's totally possible. We do also have like a few large box bags here that I want to finish because they're like basically I have to box them and that's it. Or I have to finish the end seams and box them, and that's it, sort of thing. So, oh well. But it's also only 1:45 today. And I can't remember what step we were on when I had that, like, week-long small box bag sew fest. Because, like, it's one thing to have, I'm sure I cut them all. But it's one thing to have to, like, do all of the interfacing. And it's another thing completely to just do, like, this, what we're doing right now, just. Because this is no work at all. But, like, you know what I mean. Like, if all the, I can't remember if I had all the prep work done and then we were only sewing, or if I had to, like, still interface the interiors, because those are two very different tasks. Now for the Kato, I do want to add a few more Kato because Kato are extremely popular and I love it. But I don't want to have to cut everything. I did track down some pockets today, so that's good. We'll have some extra interiors. And then some of the Kato just need to have, we need to cut some more canvas. But that at least is like a very small portion of the work. So I'm thinking what we'll do too is I did cut all the interfacing for the bookmarks earlier today. That's part of what took a little bit longer to get on this morning. You're like, why are you rambling about bookmarks? Because I'm disrupting my flows. To get work done. And I hate disrupting my flows, but sometimes needs must. Oh, I love this fabric. This is one of my favorite fabrics right now. It's got like multiple different colorways, but this one's like so nice and warm. Oh, it's so good. Tuxedo cats. I had a friend, like a customer friend, and she's like, if you ever find tuxedos, make sure to bring them back. And I've never seen tuxedos. And the last couple trips, it's been a lot of the same old for black cats and blah, blah, blah fabrics. But then there was a ton of tuxedos, and she's like, you're like personally like targeting me. And I'm like, you asked for tuxedo prints. I delivered. But they're really good. I wouldn't have turned them down even if they hadn't been requested, but it's just funny. It's like, yeah, it's exactly what you asked for. What do you want me to do? Okay, I do have to say that moving to the same interior fabric for the majority of the bags, or all the bags, has been one of the best, like, big brain choices I've made for a while. Because, like, this fabric goes with everything, and I don't have to be like, all right, is this white or beige or blue on top of everything else. So I think that'll actually give me a little bit more time. Like, it's just streamlined everything, but it'll give me a bit more time to be able to do a few more, like, fun zipper colors, which is more what you're going to see anyway. All right. Like, goes with this dark one. It goes with this super light wisteria color. Because you can't put like a blue in the wisteria because it'll actually, even with interfacing, it would show through. So, oh yeah, I want to do stitch and go cases. I've given up on trying to get spring rolls done before Vancouver because it needs a little bit too much experimentation, but I just realized I wanted to do stitch and go cases, and those still require no. Those will happen later in the year. That's fine. I don't know why, but my brain is like, yeah, Knit City's done, so you're done. It's like, no, I'm not. We still have like Fibre Shindig in October, and hopefully I won't be sick and I'll be able to do the Japanese shows in November. Show, I guess. I'm going to try to avoid doing, like, I don't want to be doing anything in December beyond maybe like pre-orders or something like that, so. Such an ambitious list, and it's like the ambition though is not ambitioning right now. Past Katie was being over ambitious. Okay, I'm gonna move this pile because it is actually getting in the way, and I'm gonna pop it right there. That's a good spot for it. These are little guinea pigs. My favorite little guinea pigs on this one. There's a stack. I love these guys. Those are my favorites. Ooh. Right on my finger here, the stack of 3. They're so adorable. This is very limited fabric, though. I think we're down to some of the last of it. There might be a little bit more for like some accessories, like glasses cases or something, I think. But this will probably be the last like true bag as a heads up. So these right now are going to all be small box bags. Once we're through the small box bag zips, we will move on to tote bag zips. Maybe. I hope that's today. We'll see. I guess we'll find out. I don't know. What time is it? Oh, it's not even 1 yet. We're good. I was supposed to do a tempo run today or an interval run today. I have a base run tomorrow, so I'm going to swap the 2 days and just be like, all right, totally did my intervals today. But a run is better than no run, and it is still smoky outside, and I don't really want to go huff and puff a bunch of smoke on a run. So, and if it doesn't clear up tomorrow, I'll just suck it up and do it on the treadmill. Intervals on a treadmill of this nature are shitty. It's also like he wants me to go do 10K or something like that around this, and I'm like, dude, I know I signed up for like speed work, but my god. But yeah, I will not be staying up as late tonight. That's why I'm not doing the intervals in part 2s, because I'm just like, and I'm tired. Hoo boy. And if you're like, I'm new here and all you're doing is complaining, sorry. Some days go that way. Some days are funnier than others. Doom. See, I don't know what it's about. Currently I'm listening to the Atlas Complex, which is the third in a trilogy by Olivia Blake, starting with the Atlas 6 and then the Atlas Paradox and then now the Atlas Complex. Atlas Paradox broke my brain. It's like such a mix of sci-fi fantasy or sci-fi. I think the best description would be sci-fi with magical elements, because there's like wormholes and time travel and actual magic and. But I found the second book far more metaphysical than my brain was. Like, I was very confused about a lot of it. I'm still confused about a lot of it. But at least this one, for whatever reason, is not as confusing. I don't know. It's good. They've all been really good. I don't have really any big complaints. Because here's the thing. I might be confused, but that's not because it's poorly written. It's just because I'm confused. Anyway, it's a good series. It is actually one that I got enabled to read through TikTok. I don't always like all the TikTok suggestions. Someone the other day had made a joke about the fact that it's like a lot of the TikTok books are what we were reading as fan fiction when we were like teens. And it's like, yes, and that fan fiction was sometimes written better. There's one really famous one that I was reading, and I'm like, I definitely read better fan fiction as a teen than this. Where it had a very fan fiction vibe, like it hadn't gone through a proper editing kind of thing. I don't know. Threw me off. I did not finish it. I DNF'd it. But I know it's super popular, and I like the premise of it, so I'm not going to like, just, again, someone else's vibe, obviously, because there's lots of people who enjoyed it. Just not my vibe. Oh, right, this one needs to be cut in half. Zoom. Today's Thursday, right? Yes, okay, good. Yeah, so we should be, like, in Kamloops by this time. In a few weeks. Wait, no, not quite. Oh, what happened here? What did I cut off of this? That it's not the right size. Damn it. Okay, so I'm going to do a fold back here just because that'll make it easier to cut in theory. Scoot it a bit more. Boom. Okay. I do not have a count on how many are left, because there's all the other ones with the zipper tape right now. Those ones are going to be fun because we will chain piece those as well. Because I did do that with the tote bags last time, and it worked really, 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 really well. I think it actually worked better than trying to install the zipper with it cut off of the reel, to be honest. And now I'll have to do an assessment of what zippers we're going to need. Although that is actually better to do after I fabric shop in Japan in some ways, because then I can base it around like what the predominant colors and stuff are. All right, how many do we have of clothes? So we got 1, 2, 1 being on my lap, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, okay, we're doing pretty good then. 9 here. That's like almost 10%. Still to finish. So we'll be like well over, well, yeah, I can't remember. I did do a count of like closed end and, right, it was about 20. So that once we're done this, we're about 20% of the way done. Yay, with the one side of the, like, with half the zippers. Half zipper installation. 20% done. Or, yeah, once we finish the math ain't mathing properly. Or at least the word math ain't coming out right. Crepe cats, crepe cats, crepe cats, crepe cats, crepe cats, crepe cats, crepe kitties, crepe cats, crepe cats, crepity crats, crepe cats. All right, Madelia is like very pleased with her tower bed now, which is awesome. That was the intention. Flynn's like on the bottom, tucked away, so that works too. They're not getting in each other's way, which is nice. Man, I'm like, I could use a coffee and a power nap right now. I'm not going to nap, but I could use it. I might nap before I go pick up the kiddos. Actually, what does it say that the air quality is right now? Because the other option is I could go. Yeah. There is no more air quality advisory for today. So I could actually go for, not my intervals because after I pick up the kids, but I could go do my base run outside, pushing the stroller. See what I mean about the motivation? Just not like motivating right now. Yeah, because it's not really supposed to get worse. And it's not supposed to be worse tomorrow either. So looking at it right now, maybe intervals outside tomorrow. Maybe. We'll see. If nothing else, I'll go, like I said, I'll do it on the treadmill. I just was like, today was not that day. I did get a bunch of new cat head pouches completed. So they'll be ready to go for Knit City. I'm really tempted to just like photograph them and post them anyway. I might. Don't threaten me with a good time. But anyway, they'll definitely be available at Knit City at minimum. But they might be available online before. Watch my Instagram. That's actually usually the easiest way to find out about shop updates, although I will be on here probably just as much or more in the coming 3 weeks. So those are all actually going into a pile on the progress desk. This is like the finishing desk. That is the progress desk. And by finishing desk, I mean this side is snaps and that sort of finishing. Not much else, to be honest. Or it's like where these will transition before we do cuts or something. I don't know. So we do have to like box all of these. We do have a new boxing technique, which worked far better last time. Way more time efficient, so I'm excited for that again this time. Basically, it's just like trim them out without turning it, which sounds like it wouldn't be a lot of time, but honestly, it's mental energy as well. Again, it kind of like I still have to turn them, but it saves me having to turn them and turn them and turn them and turn them and turn them. And it did actually make the sewing wildly, because I trimmed a portion of the bag before we were like sewing it. The ends, it saved a significant amount of time on end sewing. It's like, how does trimming off this itty bitty amount of fabric in some ways create this much extra time? I guess it's realistically, it's like 40% of the fabric. So never mind, it's not an itty bitty amount of the fabric. But yeah, once you actually add up the width of what I'm cutting off, I guess. I only have to sew actually 60% of it versus the 100% of it. So yeah, that's a significant time savings. And the other portion of that is that I was able to cut through all layers of the bag versus having to cut out exterior and then interior as well. So that was another significant time saving. No, I need that. I don't need that. That's what needs to go away. Brain malfunction for just a moment. Okay. Interiors. Interiors. Dun, 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 dun. Boom, boom. Yeah, around 2:30. So the probably, well, okay, I say 2:30, like I'm going to stick to that. But around between 2 and 2:30, I'm going to go out for some coffee. Coffee. And I might even break my own rules and have a little bit more like dinner tonight. Maybe I'll set aside some coffee. Just have like a little sippy sip of it at dinner. I don't know why I said it that way. I don't mean to infantilize anyone, including myself. Babies don't drink coffee. I have a race in Canmore on Sunday, 5K race this time. Hoping for, so my last 5K in April was a sub 35 minute. What was it? It was like 34 and change because the average for women is 35 minutes. Let me see. Let me check in on this because I don't remember. Stats, personal. 34:50, 50. So in Canmore, which should be a flatter course, less elevation change at all. Actually, I don't think there's any, except for one climb out from the river, basically. But the majority of this course is either flat or downhill. They save all those hills for the half. And I'm not even joking there. It's ridiculous. But blah, 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 Katie. God, keep your stories together. Anyway, I mean, I want to beat that time, even if it's 1 second, I don't care. But I would love like a 32 to 34 minute 5K in Canmore. I don't know if I am capable of that right now, but we'll find out. I have been training for half right now. So this falls at a nice point to kind of like, if the training program needs adjustments, my little AI overlord program probably. Actually, I don't know how it works. I don't know if it's actually AI, but anyway, the app that I use, my tiny app overlord. Yeah, it'll do adjustments if it needs to, I guess. All right, last one that's been matched. I'm actually really hungry, so I need to go get some carrots or something. I'll finish this one up, get carrots. I know I said I was going to wait until like 2 to get coffee, but honestly, I think coffee now might be the better option. Yeah, we're going to go do that. Okay, finish this zip. And then when I come back downstairs, I will set up for all the zipper tape small box bags. And then we'll go in and sew the other side of all these. And then we'll do tote bags. I think we can probably get most, if not all of the zippers, at least half installed today, if not fully installed. I guess so, yeah. Yeah, fully installed, maybe not top stitched. Okay, there. So we just leave that there. I'll come back with the zipper pull stuff or the zipper tape reels, and we'll continue from there. Right? Yeah, that works. I'm gonna have to sort this pile back out so that I am properly like aligned with where we need to go with all of these, because we need to match them up again, I guess. Damn it. Actually, maybe I'll. No, that's a caffeinated coffee issue, or caffeinated Katie issue. I'll be back. Okay, I have returned. I have not grabbed the bags to actually sew, but you know, at least back at the desk. That feels like an accomplishment today. All right. These are the red. Actually, I don't think they're... Oh, right. There was no navy for the zipper tape for the tote bags. And those are pretty obvious red, so I'm not worried about getting them mixed up. Scoop it up, scoop it up, scoop it up. Boom. Scoop it all up. Pop it here. We're almost ready to go. Bum 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 bum. Okay. So the next big thing is I have to rematch. Okay. We're going to go charcoal to red to off-white to navy. To black. There we go. Big ol' stack, and then I'll bring the reels over. Okay, actually, charcoal, red, navy. Okay, so we're gonna just start with charcoal, red, off-white, navy, black. Okay. I need to put my phone back into work mode so I don't get all the messages. Okay. I am surrounded by zipper. Okay, so I'm gonna run the charcoal out of the bin here because I think that makes sense. Because then I've got all the. Okay, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So I'll just make sure we've got enough lining so that I'm not having to like pull lining out from underneath everything. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then we need 2 more. 13. Let's do, there's 15 here anyway, so whatever if we have like an extra, because I'll just go into the next round. There we go. Okay, so 15. I guess that's the stack of ones too. So, go. Okay, so now we're going to go in and we're going to match up. Again, where we can. Some of these are pretty obvious, and I'm not too worried about it. Some of these are a little bit more obscure, and I will need as much help as I can get. Okay, so we're on, off, white. Honestly, we probably should just match all of these anyway. So we know this is going to be red. This is going to be navy. Okay, so navy is over here. This is going to be off-white. Those are all red, so when we find them, so 1. This is navy as well. Oh, what a mess. Okay. Navy, red, red. These are off-white. Navy. And where's did the handful of reds go? Fuck me. Navy, black. Okay. Okay, well, those are all red. We know those are all red. That's easy. This one is charcoal. There we go. Okay. So I need the other two strawberries. Okay. Black. Black. That's navy. Pretty sure I put this in the navy pile as well. Okay. Pop those over there because it doesn't matter. Yeah, as long as they're not in this pile, we're sorted. Okay. Navy. 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 I saw the parasols here. This one I know is charcoal. So we're going to just remove it from the charcoal pile. And I'm going to pop it right here because that's what we're sewing next. These are all red, but I don't have the other two, yeah, those. The two reds, but, oh, there's the other, one of the other reds. Okay, so I just need the pink color. Okay, where are the rest of the reds though? There's a shit ton of reds, guys. Okay, this one was black, right? This one's definitely black. Okay, black. Pop, pop. Off-white. Pop. Off-white. Black for sure for the polar bears. Black. Charcoal. What did I just pop in there? Popcorn. Gray popcorn. Cool. Okay. Charcoal. Good. I know this is black. Kitten Inquisition. Good. Okay, black for polka dot bunnies. Do I have a handle for polka dot bunnies? If I don't, then it's SOL. I know for sure we had one of the polka dot bunnies, but apparently we don't have the black polka dot bunnies. Okay. It goes into the see you later pile. Unless it's, oh, there it is right there. Oh, and there's the red tuxedo cats. Good. Okay. Couldn't remember if we were doing red or black for that one, so that's why we left it in the pile for a moment. I'm pretty sure this one we decided it was going to be, yeah, navy. Good. Navy. And then what did we decide this one was going to be? I don't think we actually ended up deciding because it hadn't been sewn yet. Charcoal? Navy as well? Yeah, I think navy might look good. Okay. This guy's off-white. This one is red. pretty sure. Where that handle went, though, is another question. Where is the red pile of handles? Did I leave it in my lap or something? Totally possible. Except that I have most of them. Or did I decide on black? No. Okay, I'm going to pop it over here because I don't know where it is right now. This one I'm sure is red. But yeah, like seriously, where did all the red handles go? Fuck. Strawberries. It's red. This one was off-white. Capybara and polka dot bunnies here are navy. Which do you know is this pile? Capybaras and polka dot bunnies. And this is Scalliali. It's navy. Scalliowls. Scalliowls. Who you scowling at? This one's gonna be navy. That's wrong directions. I think this was decided to be charcoal. Maybe, yep. Okay, that's next then. Cool. This one's definitely black. Both of the strawberry ones are black. And then this purple is black. Black. Okay. Actually, I think this is mostly pretty straightforward what's going to be here. But just in case. Black, black, black. Good. Also black, also black. And Alice is black as well. Black, black. Black, black. Good. Sushi restaurant was off-white. Oh no, we went with charcoal for that one. Picks up the cat colors. Pink polka dot bunnies is off-white. Pink polka dot bunnies. Pink polka dot bunnies. Pink polka dot bunnies. Doom, doom, doom. Black for the patchwork cat in autumnals. Also for this one and this one. I'm pretty sure both Spank Bears also went here. Right? So one Spank Bear. Fans. The cat. Little red. Oh, did Spank Bear go? One of the other Spank Bears go somewhere else? Oh, the other one went to the charcoal. Okay. So the purple went to charcoal. Okay. And I'm pretty sure I already threw the Shiba down there as well. And if not, it's pretty obvious. It's right here. Cool. Okay. Charcoal. Good. Navy and navy for the two other Shiba. All the Shibas are navy. This is black. Do I not have a handle for it though? The hell? Okay. No handle. Okay, what about Neon Storm? I think Neon Storm went to charcoal. Yes. Hey, bud. Charcoal. Up. Off-white. Done. Potato Cats and Geisha were definitely black. Doom. Doom. Popcorn was charcoal. That's popcorn blue. What would I do for you? You're off-white. Okay. couple more off-whites here. Macaron Critters is off-white. Makes sense. The cable knit is off-white. Makes sense. Macaron Critters. Okay. Peppy Budgies was off-white. I'm going to just say it was off-white. I didn't have it when we were doing the main matching, so that's part of it. Okay. That one's almost done, so it goes into a different arena. This is navy. Actually. Off-white. Excuse me. Okay, off-white, off-white, and then off-white. Excellent. Off-white, off-white. Perfect. Black. Okay. Navy, 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 and navy. Okay. Got some fish. Dogs. The only one I'm missing, I think, is the second mimosa. And the, yeah. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excuse me. My throat's like, I'm going to inconveniently tickle right now. You have no choice but to cough. Cough, cough, cough. Okay, that's definitely navy. I don't know where the second mimosa is right now then, but we did have one earlier. Black. This one's already been done. It's down here. Black for the polka dots. Polka dots go to black. Pups go to black. Good. Dog butts go to black. Good. Maybe I didn't have that many red then. Maybe that's all there was in red. Red panda was here. Did we already sew it though? Maybe. I'm gonna throw it into the sorted pile because I'm pretty sure we already sewed it. Black, and then the puffs are black as well. Perfect. Okay. I don't know why I have this here because I don't think I have it. This guy is going to go with red. Yeah, let's go with red for you. Whatever. I think I said navy earlier, but whatever. Okay, we got a spare mimosa handle. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Charcoal. Done. All right. And I don't know what happened to the handle for this, although we definitely had it earlier. So we're going to go... What did we decide on for color for this? Red as well? I think it's red. Whatever. We'll sew the zipper in, and then if we find the handle, we find the handle. If we don't... sucks to be us. Coffee. Okay. All right, so this does change up a little bit because we're not going to be trimming this off as we go. I'm going to work it from right hand to left hand because I am right-handed. Makes more sense to do it that way, I think, too, because we're sewing on this side. We're just going to start right here. The nice thing about this is we don't have to worry about directionality right now because we can install the zipper pull however we need afterwards. Basically what I'll do is that. I do leave a little bit extra because it's like we're still going to need to trim the zip, and having a little bit extra never hurt. But we don't need as much extra as like these closed end zippers that we have been using for the past bags. So one of the nice things about this whole zipper roll thing is they are cheaper to an extent. They are a little bit more work because I had to figure out a way to like store them. But I had to figure out a way to store the flat zippers too. big thing that I like about them is they are less waste. So much less waste. I've probably reduced the amount of waste zipper by about, I think it reduces it by at least half, if not more, when you actually take into consideration how much I end up cutting off of all of these. So now the one thing is because we have to leave the gap between, I'm gonna actually lift, shimmy to about where I want the next one to push in here. There. And then we'll have to lift again to start where we want to start with the next bag. This is easier on the tote bags because they don't need a seam gap on their zippers, but hey, it will make it work. If we didn't have such a fluffy quality control inspector here as well, we would probably be better off. He's like, you talking about me? Why are you screeching me? I am but a cat. I have no business in your work. It's like, I like it, but that's maybe a bit much, Mum. Give me affection. Right. Put your phone on D&D. Work focus. There we go. Hi, cat. How are you? Your head's looking a bit better today, hey? Like I said, a little bit of learning curve with this. I think it is still going to be better than like having to cut all of these before. And again, less wastage. Honestly, we probably could actually scoot this up a little bit closer. Pro tip, the presser foot is as good as a clip. Okay, so what I'm doing is just providing a little bit of tension on it. Make sure everything's lined up here. All right, cat, you gotta move. I know, buddy. You wanna go sit on your blanket, or you can come sit on my lap. You just can't sit on the fabric because it has to move. It's gotta move out of the way, man. See, like that. And you were not moving out of the way, were you? Nope. Get out of here. Bye. Okay, there are very few. Oh, they're all. I'm like, there's very few navy. What is going on? Because we had a whole stock of navy, but they're not all piled up on the zipper reel. They're piled up in their own separate pile, just to fool me. All right. Okay. So lift, push, there. Line. Get lined up with the lining and get lined up with the exterior and straightened. Okay, so first things first, let's get it aligned at the top. Pop, push, and clamp. Okay, and then move it up for the seam allowance that we're leaving me. So many zippers, so many zippers. It's only 2 p.m. though. Woo-hoo. And it's only Thursday, which means I still have another full school day with these kids in school tomorrow. Woo-hoo. Friend in BC was saying that they like started school, but like apparently they have like full half days and then like parent orientation next week and like just a bunch of rigmarole, and then apparently they don't even know if their daughter's going to be like in the class that she's supposed to be in or that she'll have been in all week until the end of this week. And I'm like, that sounds sloppy. All the power to teachers. It is highly underappreciated work, highly underpaid work, but at the same time I'm like, it's like if I showed up to a like show like that, like I wouldn't make any sales, and whose fault would that be? It's like it's half finished, and apparently all the schools in that area are like that too, and I'm like, what the hell? Doesn't make sense. Talk about stressful for the kids and the teachers too on top of it then. So like, cause we had a staggered entry day, which meant that basically they did a full day like they will be doing all year. That one's a little bit like too small. But it was only half the kids, which I agreed with. It was cool because then they got to meet the kids. The kids got to meet the teachers in a better atmosphere and all of that instead of suddenly dumping 24 kids into the classroom. So that one, I was like, okay, that makes sense. But like, and I understand the argument from an educator's purview of this as well, of like, half-day classes are better for the kids probably, but I'm also like, as a working parent, it's also like, how does that even work? And that's all I can hear even with this like whole like a week of half days for these kids of friends. It's like, so what if you don't have the privilege of being at home? Like, you have to work outside the home. I don't get it. Something has to give. I don't think that this should be the school that gives. But something has to be figured out. Thankfully, with us, the kids are used to the full day schedule, and like it's not even that big a shift because they're still at the same preschool for before and after care, and like we really lucked out in our childcare situation. Thank fuck. They're thriving. I'm hoping that we have a like improved immune system this year. Because if they weren't thriving, I swear to God, I would have pulled them last year. I put a little bit too much salt in that one. Ugh. I use a French press, and this actually works for drip coffee as well, but if you throw a little like pinch of salt in there, it will take away a little bit of the bitterness or acidity of it. And usually I'm pretty good about it, but I put a little bit too much salt this time. So now I have not like salty coffee, but there's definitely a little bit of like salt twinge at the back of the aftertaste. All right. Here we are. Good. Bloop. Good. Good. Scoot, scoot. Scoot. Ugh. The fabric wasn't lined up well. Okay, there we go. Now we're good. Okay. Right about there. You're gonna feel like, is this faffing around because of the zipper tape? Or is this just normal? It's pretty normal, guys. Things take time and it's tedious. There we go. And no, I don't use pins, and no, I don't use clips for my zippers. I find that honestly, unless it's like a curved zipper or something like that, the like doing pins and clips and all of that just makes the zipper even harder to install personally. If you have, obviously mileage will vary. Cat, why are you back on the fabric, boy? Why you do this to me? Yes, I know. Mr. Bleps. Spiky fur, spiky fur. He's like, no! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more charcoal bags to go. Thank fuck. I'm like over it today. I was doing so good this morning. Now I'm like, me. I don't get it. I love my job, but come on. Dude, what are you doing with the machine? Stay out of it, please. As bad as the kids. I stand by it. If it's not the kids, it's the cats, and vice versa. If it's not the kids, it's the cats. Vice versa, vice versa. If it's not the kids, it's the cats. And if it's not the cats, it's the kids. Alright. If it's not the cats, it's the kids. And right now the kids aren't home, so it's the cats. Alright. We got this. We can lock in. Shimmy, 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 shim. Hi, cat. Your blanket is like right there to lay on. Thank you. It's like I'm not even gonna go lay on the bed or blanket. I'm gonna go bug Dahlia. See ya. Come on, zipper. Yeah, there we go. Good. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Okay. 3 more. 3 more. 3 more charcoal. And then honestly, the other side is always fucking far easier. This first side of the zipper is always like, if it's gonna fight. Well, it can fight on the second side as well, but I find that it fights more on the first side in general. Just because it's like, I swear. I'll be there. You're like, I wasn't intending to have a concert today. Man, I know that part of it is my algorithm's been feeding them to me, but Dallas and I talked about going down. So, current plans. Talked about this ad nauseum. We'll continue talking about this ad nauseum because I want to go to Japan. But next year we're going to do like what I call or have termed the greatest hits tour. So it's going to be a lot of the same stuff that I've done before. Heian Jingu, which is kind of a little bit less busy of a temple in Kyoto. I love Heian Jingu. It's like my fucking favorite place. It's got this like some of the best gardens I've seen in Japan. And it's got a thing called a white heron bridge. And it's like, oh, it's so good. I love it. So yeah, so I really enjoy that. That's actually where the Kyoto Marathon finishes, is through the Tote of the Heian Jingu. But anyway, we'll go visit the gardens. Will the gardens be blooming in February? Not really. Anyway, that's one of the... Yeah, we're going to go back to a lot of places. We're going to go to Nijo, which is the castle with like a bunch of the art in it. And like Himeji, which is another one of the... I think it's the oldest original castle or something like that. Or oldest original hill castle. It's a very distinct style that's like only seen on hills. Blah, blah, blah. A lot of oldies but goodies. We're not going to go do like Kinkakuji or anything like that because neither of us really like it. Yeah, and then we'll go... Yeah, we're doing the Greatest Hits tour. Gotta go to Fushimi Inari. I need to go hike. I want to go hike it, but I also need to go do my, like, refresh my prayer board and do a prayer and stuff like that. The Ama and a prayer. That's 2026. Anyway, that's the next trip. But then we're chatting about going back to Japan in 2027 because I want to go run Kyoto Marathon, but I'm not fast enough to run it this year. Hence why I've applied for Osaka Marathon instead, because I would like to run Osaka Marathon. Although, as I've mentioned, I will not be sad if I don't get into Osaka Marathon this year. Like, the decision, if I don't get out of lottery, I'm not going to be sad. If I do get out of lottery, I might be a bit more sad. But having someone else just decide my fate is like, yay. Rather than me having to do it. Anyway. It'll all be fine. It'll all be fine. But if we do that, what I want to do is then I want to go and do a new portion of Japan. And so we were talking, I was like, oh, we should go up like before Kyoto Marathon and do Sapporo Snow Festival. And then I was like, I don't like the snow though. And so what I think we're going to do instead is we might actually do Kyoto Marathon. So fly in, go south, go to Kyoto Marathon, run it, and then go further south and do Kyushu. I've never been that far south in Japan. So Kyushu is where Nagasaki is, and Kumamoto, which is one of the really cool castles, and like all this jazz. So I think that's what we're gonna do. But Instagram or Facebook or both heard me, and so it started feeding me like Nagasaki reels and stuff like that. And honestly, it's just like reinforcing the fact that I really want to go to Nagasaki now. I don't think we had any charcoal. No, we had red and we had black for the tote bags. Okay, cool. So I can just cut this right here. Done. Okay, so there's all the charcoal small box bags done, which honestly was probably one of the smaller ones to have to do, but you know, whatever. We're going to do red next because it's like the second smallest. And then we'll do off-white, and then we'll do navy, and then we'll do black. Because navy and black, I think, are comparable numbers, as is usually the case. But anyway, there's like, so Nagasaki's got like, apparently, the one-leg tori. I think it's one of the only things left from when they were bombed. Yeah, and we've never like we've done Hiroshima and such. But we have never obviously been as far south as Nagasaki, as I've just mentioned. Because it is quite a ways out of where we typically are. But I think it would be a good trip. And I was just like, and it would be warm, which would also be nice. And so far Dallas is like, he hasn't been accepted to Tokyo Marathon, so we might be back in the country for that as well. Although it's all going to depend because honestly he's applying for other world majors and things, so. It's all going to end up coming down to like vacation time pretty much. And finances. Because, yeah, I don't know if we would end up, like if he gets into some of these, I don't know if we, like me and the kids would necessarily travel with him consistently or what. At the prices that I'm seeing for flights to like Berlin and London, probably not. And I don't want to be in Chicago and New York right now, so. Not because of it's Chicago and New York. I just don't want to be in the States right now. And he hasn't qualified for Boston yet, so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good. All the strawberries are there. 7. Okay, let's pull all these to the top here. We're just going to pull everything to the top. Whatever. There we go. And I'm going to separate 7 so we don't have to worry about that. Why do these look too small? It's probably perfectly fine, but there were a few that have been like a little, just a tick. And then this one's larger. Of course. Okay. Whatever. 1, 2, 3. But that is the crazy thing is, like next trip will be my 9th trip, I think. 5, 6. And like I still haven't done even everything in kilting. Like and granted, I do keep going and doing greatest hits tours because I keep going with new people. But like there's just so much to say. It's ridiculous. I should probably go in and book our hotel for the airport on the other side in Tokyo and not at Narita. Basically, so the whole thing that we're thinking right now, we're going to book the direct flights with WestJet. We're waiting. I'm going to wait for another seat sale to come up because they constantly put the seats on sale, and I want to book post Knit City. Better cash flow. We're getting close, and I should have a crap ton of points coming in because they had a special offer on dining points. So I think I should get those around the time that they host their next seat sale too, hopefully. Because prices have gone up a little bit. Not insane. It's still working out to like under $1,000 a person, which is a good price for a flight to Japan. I figure it's always between like 1,000 to 1,200 is usually a pretty good price for us. And obviously the more points I get, the better. So we can wait a little bit longer. Yes, but the plan is it's like, so originally we were going to fly through YVR because I would be able to get JAL, but Air Miles is really fucked up right now in that you have to pay all the fees and taxes and all the airline surcharges. Because I was like, yeah, JAL. And it was like going to be more expensive one way. It's going to be like $3,200 just for taxes and fees. But I was like, okay, well, JAL is a better experience overall. And like not going direct is not a big deal. But then they wanted to charge $5,000 because the return flight was like $5,000. So guess which one you had to pay for fees and taxes. It used to be that you only paid fees and taxes through Air Miles, and I'm like, that was a way better value system than what you have right now. Still savings overall, but like if I was to book all our WestJet flights on Air Miles, I'd still be paying $2,200 in like airport fees, or the ATC, so the transportation fees and taxes. And I'm like, the flights themselves only cost $3,200. Like, yes, it's still a savings, but like that is minuscule. Actually, the better savings in that case is actually JAL, because the economy seats, if you pay cash, because WestJet is associated with JAL, the economy seats are like the same price as business with WestJet. Like, Jesus. So I'm really thinking what I might do is we'll either use the Air Miles for 27, or we'll go in and I might splurge and do myself a business class seat at one point on one of my solo trips. Basically, once we decide if we're going back to Japan in 27 or not. I hope we do. I want to. But that will be like dependent on if Dallas goes and runs other majors or not. Anyway, we're gonna have the direct flight. The other portion of this is that we swung towards the direct flight as well, because flying through YVR or Vancouver, so it'd be Calgary, Vancouver, Tokyo. Not a big deal because Vancouver Airport's actually really nice. I like Vancouver Airport. But it's a 16-hour travel day versus a 10.5-hour travel day. Plus, of course, airport time. So like with the layover in Vancouver, it would be 16 hours. That's not including the extra time that we would need to be in Calgary for security check-in and everything like that. So, And then on top of it too, Dallas can fly out of work on the Monday, and we can literally fly to Japan on the Monday, barring any crazy weather incidents. So that's part of what decided it, because it was like, oh God, like a 6-hour time difference or 6-hour like time savings with the kids is humongous. And honestly, a direct flight's just way more comfortable. And it's the Dreamliner, and that's one of my favorite planes in the like as a plane. I wish it still had the 232 configuration. That was one of the big points for JAL, on top of it just being JAL is just better, is that JAL has the 232 still layout. But oh well. What are we gonna do? Maybe the next trip. I think if we weren't flying home in March, they would like change the pricing significantly, actually, which is wild because like coming home, it should still be cheaper at the beginning of March. But whatever, their loss. Not really. They'll be full as well. Anyway, that direct flight will get us into Tokyo. I think it's like early afternoon or something like that, like into Narita. But we both agreed that we don't want, well, A, we're not going to fly to Osaka. We're going to take the train. And B, after being on a plane for 10.5 hours with the children, we don't want another like 3.5 hours on trains right away. So we're going to stay at like one of the airports around Narita. I haven't decided yet. There's, Dallas always, his dad used to work in Indonesia. So his family was over there for quite a while he was in high school. And they used to fly JAL, and they would stay at the Nikko. Yeah, the Nikko. But then someone actually suggested, a Japanese, that woman that travels over there a lot, she suggested the Toyoko, I think, and because it's cheaper. And yeah, it's like, it's not like insanely cheaper, but it is cheaper, like $20-25. Which I'm like, okay, that's pretty significant. So actually, I think the Toyoko might also have free breakfast, which would count in its favor too, because the JAL, the Nikko, charges for breakfast, I think. Well, no, they definitely charge for breakfast. There is a workaround for that. I'm also, though, can't book it because it's like, sign in for One Harmony member pricing. And I'm like, I am signed in. And it's like, no, you're not. Ha 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 ha. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I did email them, and they're like, it should be working. And I'm like, no. And it's not like I can really call Japan to book a hotel. I guess I could. I could fax them. Maybe that's what I need to do. Anyway, so that might actually end up being the decider of like whether we stay at Nikko or if we stay at this Toyoko or whatever it is. But then after that, we'll get up in the morning, and because we were debating, I was like, okay, we're gonna do like a super early train or what? And Dallas is like, no. He's like, let's just take our time that morning. I'm like, all right, sounds good to me. Because I am going to work on getting the kids like unjet lagged. Dallas is actually probably going to be the worst off because he'll be coming from work. Although he's going to try and do like a late night, as late as he can on the Sunday or whatever, or Monday or both. And then like, yeah. Saturday, Sunday, but the kids will be out of school on Friday, and we fly out on Monday, so I'm gonna like keep them up as late as possible Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and sleep as late as possible, and hope that we get like most of the jet lag for them out of the way at least, which would be nice. Okay, there's all the reds done. Yay! Okay, this is going pretty smooth actually. But yeah, then we'll head down we'll take the Shinkansen, which is the bullet train, down to Osaka. Actually, we're going to take it to Kyoto because it's a $30 difference. Like, it doesn't cost that much to take the local trains. And we ship our luggage from Narita, so we don't have to deal with any of our luggage on the trains. We'll have like carry-ons and umbrella strollers. Which, actually, the umbrella strollers will be one of the oddest things to travel with for us, probably. But, actually, that is a good point, is that carry-on with the strollers is going to be a pain in the butt. Yeah, whatever, it'll be fine. We'll figure it out. Okay. Come on, stop falling off. But we'll go into Kyoto because Hirakatashi is halfway between Kyoto and Osaka. It's the town that I lived in when I was at university in Japan. And yeah, it's $30 cheaper per person to go to Kyoto versus Osaka. And honestly, I think a little bit easier to get onto the Keihan line, which is the train line that goes by the hotel we're going to. I'm going to go stay at the Sun Plaza in Hirakatashi because it's cheap. Like, we'll have a full room with couch and everything like that for like about $1,800 for 14 days. Which I'm like, even in Canada, that's like a really good price. Is it an amazing hotel? No. Are we mostly sleeping there? Yes. Like, that's the thing. I'll record some videos from there. And that's it. It's just a base. And it's like, when you start looking at, because everyone's like, I only ever did hostels when I was a student. But when you start looking at hostel prices when you're like a couple traveling, like most hostel prices, they look amazing because they're single person occupancy. So I think when Dallas and I looked at going, because I was like, oh, we'll do hostels for the first trip we were going because, well, whatever, right? We're young. We can do it. But it was like, no, you got to pay for 2 people because you are 2 people. Makes sense. But it ended up being like the same price or like infinitesimally smaller to go to a hostel versus a hotel, especially when you start considering that if you want to have a private room, yeah, I think if we had done dorm, it would have been cheaper. But like we were there for a month as adults, like not university students. And so I was like, let's splurge on the hotel that's like $20 more. Yes, per night, but still minimal difference when you consider other factors. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But yeah, Dallas is excited to stay there again. I wish the hotel in Kyoto had worked out, but we'll maybe do that if we go into 2027. Maybe we'll book that hotel for like the nicer experience around the marathon and stuff like that. I think that's fair. One, two, three. I got spoilt by the good deal I got on it when I went myself. 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many were there? 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And that was 5. So this is 6. 7, 8. And if you're like, why are you talking about all the pricing and everything like that? It's like, because I always talk about like how it works out cheaper for me to go to Japan for these fabrics. Besides the story and like all the other practical things about purchasing fabric. And part of it is also I know a lot of people who want to go to Japan and think that it's only super expensive. And yeah, if you go and you stay only in Tokyo or only in Kyoto or only, actually Osaka is usually pretty moderately priced because most people don't want to stay in Osaka. But like, just, you gotta look outside the like main city centers. I am privileged in that my business is Japan involved and that I have a husband that does pay the majority of our bills. Like there's that factor as well, and that he's down for traveling to these places with me. But like, there's options. Slam your air miles. WestJet points. Or whatever airline you're with. All right. I'm also just super excited about going. That wasn't the handle, that was the leggy. Okay, this is the one drawback to these reels, is they're like, they just fit the full thing of zipper. So before I use it, some of it kind of tends to slip off. So we'll just untangle this before I start working, because otherwise it will be spaghetti monster grossness. And they're on the reels to help prevent spaghetti monster grossness. Okay, there we go. There. Good. Good enough. Pull this out. There we go. And then the hold tape is here, which isn't sticky enough anyway, because obviously it fell off. All right, on to off-white zippers. Super cute postal animals. Okay, I know I just went for lunch, but I think it might be a wash and break time. This coffee's like, see you later, lady. So I'm gonna get this in and sewn, and then yeah, good opportunity for everyone to grab anything of their choice. You've been hanging around for a while. All right, there. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, I'm back. For better or worse, I have returned. So what did I say? There's like 12 of these, so we're down to 11, which I think means that we're about halfway or over halfway of these done. It's actually clearing up outside. Okay, yeah, that tells me that I should be able to run my intervals outside tomorrow. Now the question is, do I try to run with the kids tonight after school? Because they will be tired. Go for my run with them in the stroller, because it's just a base run. It's 4 miles though, so that's like 6.5K. Or do I suck it up and do it on the treadmill at home? Or do I try to go out and do it before I pick up the children? No, that's dumb. Never happens, and there has been a specific request for pizza pops for dinner tonight, so, and I am happy to oblige that, but, alright, I was gonna make lasagna type, that's not happening. Yeah, because if I went for a run with them, I could feed them pizza pops, and then they could eat while I was running, or whatever. It's not that hot outside either. It's only gotten up to like 15 degrees or something like that. I don't know. I'm tired of training. I'm like, I know this half marathon serves the purpose of eventually being able to run Kyoto, but I'm tired of training right now. I haven't even done that much training over the summer, and I'm still tired of training. I think if I don't get into Osaka, I'm going to I'm going to train for a 5K, a pretend 5K. Or train for like maybe my 10K in July. I have to decide if I want to do Calgary half again or not. I think I will. But, I don't know. I'll figure it out. Actually, I think Dallas is running the half this year, so maybe he could come pace me or something. No, he won't do that. And I wouldn't ask him to do that, actually. Although he will, for Kyoto, come like run it and pace me for that, which will be a lot of fun. That's what we did for Dopey as well, because we're in the same hobby at very different levels. It'd be like him knitting, taking up knitting after I've been knitting for like 18 years, like half my life. So now he hasn't been running that long, but he's also just seems to have that. Some people are just like naturally set on paths that suit them better, and it feels like running is part of his path. I'm okay at running, but I also just don't have the like determination, like the desire to be like superstar runner or anything like that. He wants to go like do Boston and all of that, and I'm like, yeah, we're good. I don't need to qualify for Boston. For me right now, I'd have to have a 3.5-hour marathon. I'm like, nah, don't need it. He needs a 3:10 right now, and I'm like, shh. Or 3. He needs a 3-hour marathon right now. So that's what we're pursuing there. Which, like, kudos to everyone who does qualify. My God. I'm not trying to like disparage anyone who does want to run Boston, but I am not one of those people. I have other marathons I prefer to run. I want to go to Singapore. I want to go run the Singapore marathon. Actually, I don't know if I want to run the Singapore marathon. In my head, I want to run the Singapore marathon. Hong Kong. If things ever calm down, there is a cool one in Las Vegas. It's only a half only. It's a half marathon, so it's 21 kilometers. Full marathon's 42. Anything over 42.2 is an ultra. So there's a couple cool ones down in the States. One is the shortest ultra in the world, which is on Route 66, which already super cool. I think it's in Tulsa on Route 66, the Route 66 Marathon. And then it's got an optional extra little quarter-mile thing, and you get a like challenge coin basically in the middle. And it's the world's shortest ultra because it's an extra quarter mile. It's like purposely done to be extra mileage. I don't know. It tickles me. So I'm like, yes. And then Las Vegas regularly has the Hard Rock or Rock and Roll series. And it's really cool because you run it when it's dark along the strip. And so everything is lit up. And I'm like, that would be super cool. So like it's stuff like that I want to go do. I want to go do that more. Like all the marathons are going to be an experience. But like that already sounds more like type 1 fun, like the half marathon in Las Vegas. Marathons are no joke. And that is part of what this training is for. Is like right now, I technically could go out and finish the marathon in the time limit that I have to have it done in, I think. But what I want to do is I want to be fast enough that I can go out and do it in that time limit that I'm supposed to and have what is termed type 1 fun. So it's fun the whole time. I'm not going out to run marathons to have type 2 fun, which is why Disney was such a good one for us, because it was type 1 fun, even if at mile 24 it felt like type 2 fun. I feel like any marathon is going to feel like type 2 fun at mile 24, so whatever. Type 2 fun is when you go out and you do the thing and it wasn't very fun, but then you come back and you're like, oh, that was actually fun. I don't know if I can still say that about Dopey. It was something, though. It was an experience. Capital E experience. Kind of like giving birth. Maybe not the best, but not the worst experience ever. The thing about it is like, it's like running the marathon it is a big deal. Don't get me wrong. It's all the fucking training. It's all the time before the marathon you have to put in so that you don't hurt yourself or like wall too hard or anything on the marathon. Like that's what I don't like about it. At the same time that I'm one of these people who's motivated. The only reason that I run is so I can run races. Like I am race motivated, because the joke is always that I run for what, beer and medals, right? So now cat problems. Totally set on myself by myself. We haven't talked about a lot of cat problems this year. If you're new to cat problems is based on a children's illustrated book by Jory John. And the idea is that this cat's going around the house and it's like stupid stuff. Well, it's cat problems. So it's inconsequential to anyone but the cat. And really it doesn't have any impact on like world problems, blah, 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 blah. I use it basically in place of what most people call first world problems, because I think that diminishes a lot of the issues that we do actually legitimately have in the first world. And also still is such a loaded colonial term about the third world, which are now developing nations. Anyway, I guess you could say developed nations problems, but I prefer cat problems. Anyway, a little soapboxy thing there. So, but the cat is like going around and complaining because it's like meowing because it's hungry, and then it gets dry food instead of wet food. So it's like dry food. I wanted wet food, not dry food, wet food. So that's a cat problem. Is it going to solve world hunger? No. Is it going to create world peace? No. Is it going to substantially change even the cat's life? No. So most of the time when I'm complaining, it's a cat problem. I will let you know if it's not, usually. Complaining about the fact that I signed myself up for a marathon that I might actually have to train for is a cat problem. Totally created by myself. But I really do hate training. But good news is that the running shoes that I currently have that are shitty as shit. They suck so bad. Like constant blistering even after all the break-in periods, at least for my long runs. They're fine for the shorter runs, but anyway, the soles are wearing down, and there's actually a wear mark from my pinky toe starting to occur. So I'm like, yes, because I feel guilty buying new shoes before my old ones are worn out. And they're not like bad enough that they're going to cause damage, as far as I can tell, beyond the blisters. But my feet have done like this huge shift postpartum. Actually, I don't know if it's postpartum shift or if it might actually be from the amount of training that I'm doing. Because basically my feet have gotten like a size and a half to a size, or size to a size and a half larger than they were pre-pregnancy. And I was not, so there's two factors in this. A, they did not become larger until I started training for Dopey. So it wasn't like an instantly after postpartum, like pregnancy thing. They did not grow during pregnancy. I've been a size 10, women's 10, since I was like, I don't know, when I size finished growing. So I honestly think it wasn't, I think it was a little bit postpartum and a little bit actually training. I think the training flattened my foot out because I was doing so many consecutive miles and kilometers. Call me crazy, but I do think that happened because I didn't get plantar fasciitis until I started running again either, which did make sense because your ligaments and stuff like that are loose after pregnancy. But like if my foot flattened out or got larger, it would make sense that would get triggered. So we also did figure out that was mostly probably calf issues in this left leg, which who knows might also lean back to my right ankle breaking almost 4 years ago now. Anyway, my thought process is it was probably the marathon training, maybe compounded by the fact that I was postpartum. I think it's the marathon training. Because here's the other thing is they've actually gone up another half size this year. And I was training for another marathon this year. So this better stop at some goddamn point. Because this is not a cat problem. This does actually impact the mental state of the training. My feet cannot keep growing because part of it is now I've sized out of the majority of women's shoes. Anything cute. I'm like, really? And like, I can't buy women's running shoes anymore. And that means that I don't get the cute pink ones anymore, which really pisses me off because the men's shoes are all so goddamn fucking ugly most of the time. I'm just like, meh. And I get it. We have to standardize our sizing. They can't size for but I'm like, just give me a women. Just make them unisex shoes then. Give me some pink colors in larger sizes. I did actually get a kind of like pink camo when I was training for Dopey. That's what I actually ran the marathon in. And they technically haven't got all their miles on it, but my youngest stepped on the toes. They have a per whatever that word is, per penchant, not per, penchant for stepping on the toes of shoes anyway. But I think they just stepped on them at the wrong time and it actually dented the shoe in, so it pinched down on my toes. And given that I think that my feet are growing anyway, that probably didn't help. I'm so annoyed about sizing up my shoes again. So right now, I had a size 9, men's 9 for my last pair. That was the ones that were super shitty, and I'm glad that they're nearly done. Dal said that the next version of them feels a lot better. These are Brooks Ghosts. Anyway, he said that they are a lot nicer than even so they were as nice or nicer than the 15s, which were the ones that I was super comfortable in. So there's that. That'll be nice. But I'm also now a 9.5 in the Brooks Glycerins, which are like, so what they suggested when I went into the shoe store. Now this is going to be different for everyone. Go try your shoes on and then order them online if you're going to. What they suggested is you want a thumb width between the end of your toe box and your toes when you're marathon training, because that's about how much your feet will probably swell on average. So I went from a 9 to a 9.5 essentially for this set that replaced an older pair of the 15s. And they have a lot more cushioning, so they're supposed to be used for like the longer runs and stuff, but they are also creating blisters. So I'm like, I think I actually do need a wide pair of shoes, but no one quite believes me. I didn't have small feet to start with. And yeah, I think they've like lengthened and they've probably widened as well. Oh, see, cat problems. Very specifically runner cat problems, apparently. Cat runner problems. Runner cat problems. Runner cat problems. That's the phrase. You can always tell me to shut the fuck up, by the way. I will not take an offense to this. We're just rambling. It's stream of consciousness right now. The cats are sleeping. Kids aren't here. We're good. Life's good. Outside of shoes. Also means that I gotta go and like replace a bunch of my like shoes. Although honestly, I need to replace a bunch of my shoes anyway because they're I've actually got okay. So when Target was in Canada, they actually had a really good shoe selection. And I still have a pair of like little boots from their shoe section when they were in Canada. I don't even know when that was, but they're super cute and I adore them. And I have literally worn them to death. I still have them, but you can see the light of day through the sole. I need to take them to I've taken them in to be repaired before. I wonder if they could actually like fill it in at the shoe repair. Because what did I have repaired before? I think it was like the upper separated from the sole or something like that. Anyway, I need to take them in and I need to take in my sandals too because they're definitely not worn out as long as they fit. And these, but that's the other part of this is that these boots still fit even though they're technically a size 10. I don't fucking know what's up with my goddamn feet. It's annoying. And shoe sizes in general, apparently. But yeah, it's like, there's those. I've got a pair of Merrells. I don't like them. I have been a Keen girl for the majority of my adult life, and now I know why. The Keen does have a very square toe box, whereas this Merrell has I don't know, they're just not as comfortable. I've been tempted to actually like resell them on like Facebook Marketplace or something and just buy some Keens, but they were on sale. So I was like, I'll just wear them out. Most of the reason that we have the Merrells or the Keens though is that like if it rains or something like that, then our feet aren't soaking wet when we're at theme parks and stuff. The main reason, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which means that they will be nice in Japan in case it rains there. 9, because we don't really need like winter boots there, I don't think. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. You're like, why are you doing counts? I want to make sure that I've got a minimum amount of fabric prepped so that we don't have to be pulling it apart while we're doing stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, and you know what? We may as well do the black ones while we're here too, because then we can just proceed. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I'm actually surprised that the navy and the black are that close. Oh, 21, 22, 23, 24. That's still pretty close, to be honest. Okay. 1, 2. We'll do it with drama. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Find the end, Kitty. 15. Okay, there should be enough for at least what we already have here. I know that we did put more in, but I have a feeling that 16, we don't necessarily, like, it'll work out. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, which is more than we need, but that's okay. 26. And there's more in there if we need it, but we shouldn't hopefully need it. I don't know. Okay, let's take a look. Actually, I should just make sure that I'm not getting any messages from... We all agree it's like, well, okay. Some people agreed with me. But, we did, our book club book this month was, well, it was 3 out of what is hopefully only 4 books. The last book that came out, it was like a prequel, so like 2.5 sort of thing, but a prequel to the whole series. And one of the women, we went out for coffee the other day, and she was saying that she was really into it for the first 30%. And I'm like, me too. And then it just like, I don't know. The only way I finished it was through the power of speeding up the audiobook. And if you've heard me talk, or if you've watched me the last few days, you know perfectly well that that's exactly what I did. I do not speed up my audiobooks normally. And it was just like, and I messaged her, I'm like, yeah, like, even, like, I didn't even slow it down for the spice, because I'm like, that just even got boring. And I'm like, what is going on? I think the big thing is it's like, it was a flashback kind of prequel. And I'm like, I feel like you could have just incorporated this into the last book in some ways. Or like had the revelation and had the flashbacks in the second book. I don't know. Anyway, it's the Laura Thalassa series. It's Bespelled, Bewitched, and The Curse That Binds. That title still drives me nuts. Also, it's like, why didn't you just like, why couldn't you have stuck with the fucking naming convention? It could have been shorter, or it should have been a different series or something. A lot of it was just like, ooh, look at how scary his powers are. And I'm just like, and she spends so long as 18. And like, I don't know, it's just like, and then suddenly everything happens at the end. She spends so long as 18. Anyway, I finished it. Oh, and then the last like 10 to 15 minutes is basically a recap from book 2. And I'm like, Okay. It feels like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I really, really enjoyed the first 2 books. I highly recommend them. If you gave The Curse That Binds a skip, I think you would be perfectly fine. Well, I don't know, because I don't know what's going to happen in book 3. Will I read book 3? Yes, I want to finish the main storyline for sure. So, like, I'm not that mad at it, but I could have skipped. I personally could have skipped The Curse That Binds. Otherwise, it's really good. But yeah, anyway, she just messaged me and she's like, yeah, even the spice is like boring. I'm like, yep. I don't know how you managed to make that boring. Doing that, like, in the 2 main series books, that's really good all the time. And again, really good at the beginning of this book. But I'm just like, yeah, not snore fast. I'm enjoying my metaphysical, sci-fi, fantasy, whatever the hell we want to call it, far more. Thank you very much. Okay, we have to become getting to the end of this bobbin, by the way. I was just like, was that it right there? Nope, not yet. Almost, probably, maybe, who knows? Who knows? We are definitely paying, I think it's a mostly full bobbin though, but we have sewn a lot of bags. Like, we're nearly done 100 small box bags, so it should be running out soon. We'll keep it, mostly I'm just saying this because I'll keep a closer eye on it here coming up. Okay, so we're gonna focus in on these this weekend-ish. I've got tote bags to finish as well, and then I'm going to cut, yes, that's what we're gonna do. Next week it's gonna be backpacks and mini traveler slings. We got a pretty busy week again next week, so I'm like gonna buckle down as best as I can, but I can't guarantee everything. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And then, yeah, she just made an excellent point of, like, it's part of it is also we know how this ends. Right? That's what so I just responded. I'm like, I think it would have been better as flashbacks, like, throughout the 2nd and 3rd book. I don't know. I'm not an author currently. I used to write. That was so... I always forget this, but even as a kid, because it's like, how did you start making bags? But even as a kid, I wanted a creative business. Originally, it was to be an author illustrator. And then I was like, no, I'll do like handmade jewelry, which I did for a bit. I did hemp jewelry and, you know, a kid level of moderate success, actually. Wasn't displeased with it. And then, of course, the knitting for sale, which, like, knitting, I wanted to reclaim it mostly as a hobby. It was a good push for what I wanted. But yeah, like, I talk about having this creative career, but I always forget that, like, baby Katie, as a kindergartner, like a 5-year-old, wanted a creative career. So here we are, fulfilling baby Katie's dream, apparently. Randomly. Definitely not what she foresaw. But I don't know if anyone could have foreseen this. Oh, boy. I think it made I hope it made her happy. Because I did actually, I chatted about this like forever last year, but I did finally email my exchange coordinator. She's still at UC, University of Calgary. And she's like head of the department now, which good on her. That's fucking amazing. And I told her, it's like, you'll never guess like what this led to, sort of thing. So it's really cool. Just like what happens randomly. No, I've like rolled over the zipper tape and now it's like I'm trying to go around the wheel and that's not gonna work. There we go. All right, get untangled, please. Thank you. Nope, don't pull out that much. Oh, fuck me. And not in a fun way. There we go. I think, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna pull some extra off just so hopefully it doesn't keep wrapping around that real wheel. Like some of the book club ladies are gonna do happy hour tonight. I'm like, I can't because I gotta work. I'm like really tempted to load up the what I was going to work on. Take it down and the kids could play around in the nook. Oh, it's so tempting. Could go for my run and then we could go out to the bookstore. Am I crazy for thinking about doing that? I don't think so. I've done that work outside the house. It's not the easiest, but it's definitely not the hardest. It won't be like stuff like this. What I would take is I would take the cotto and clip the cotto, which is what I'm planning on doing tonight anyway. I could get some adult socialization in, which is not something that's going to happen much in the next few weeks. That's actually what I could do next Thursday too, is I could take stuff to turn there on Thursday, especially if Tara is not able to make this weekend work, which I take zero offense to. I'll think on that. That's not the craziest idea. I definitely have had crazier ideas, that's for sure. Still getting text messages. Because what would I need to do? I wouldn't need to do much. Like all the drawstrings that we have ready to go are ready to go. My brain just went, no. My social interaction. I will say that in the last few years, that has been one of the hard things with working, like work from home for me, being self-employed, is like it has gotten lonely some days. So that's why I'm like contemplating this. I'm like, crazy? Probably. Am I crazy because of that? Like this thought exactly? Yes, actually, probably. Oh boy. I don't know. I would need to go for my run first because that definitely wouldn't be happening if I went out. But if I went out, then the kids might fall asleep on the way home or like very shortly afterwards, and then especially if they fall asleep on the way home, I would be able, like, it's a little bit easier to get, I don't get so bogged down and tired because I'm not staying with them in the dark and warm and like cuddly. It's like I transfer them to bed and get the fuck downstairs. Yeah, I'll think on that for a little bit longer. What time is it? 3:15. I've got like an hour and a half before I have to decide. Because one thing is I would have to pack up everything that I would need, like, for supplies, because otherwise it's pointless. Hey, we ran out. Okay. Man, we are almost through all the small box bags. That is an insane amount of sewing on that one bobbin. Next bobbin. Okay, needle is up. And it wasn't, yeah, it's very clearly finished. Oh, there's sunshine. That means it's, and it's not like yellow or orange. Okay, so I definitely go for my base run tonight. No, come on. There we go. Okay, so we line the stitch line back up. I also back stitch it again because then it's set properly. There we go. And then we need to go in and start the next one, bobbin winding. This is Shiba Inu. I really love this print. So this is a bunch of like, it's a fairly realistic Shiba and Shiba Inu. But then all the like signs and the boxes and everything, it's very much a lot of very like retro vibes. Not necessarily retro, but retro vibes. And the colorways on these are so fucking good. I love them. And like with the navy zipper, it just looks so good. Very classy. In my non-humble opinion, one of the best prints I've picked up in the last few years. Not humble at all. That's not even a humble brag. It's just, yeah, one of the best prints. Obviously, I am not responsible for the print. I'm just responsible for the choosing of it. So, yay me. Oh, God. Brain. Yeah, we're gonna go. They won't show up until like 7, so I'll pick up the kids around 5:30. They can eat in the Jeep on the way down to the park. I'll eat before I leave. And then, yeah, we'll go for the 4-mile run, 6.5K. And go to the bookstore. Am I crazy? Yeah. What if I am? It's all good. Being Delulu is the salulu. Sometimes. Legitimately is sometimes. Okay. Scoot. That was probably... It's gonna be like that's some of the smoothest scooting we've had, but no, it was not, because there we go. Now it is. Pop it down where we need it to be. Fold down the exterior. I thought everything was lined up, and now it's not. Close enough. Good enough. Man, baling season is definitely like been happening, because that's, I don't know, I've seen a lot of big trucks with a lot of big bales, and then I just saw a bunch of square bales go by too. All right, polka dot bunnies, polka dot bunnies, polka dot bunnies, polka dot bunnies. Polka dot bunnies, polka dot bunnies. Ding 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 ding. Okay. How many more do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, sweet. Okay. That is far less than I thought. I know we're only doing half of the zipper at a time, but honestly, all things considered, this is going extremely smooth. I think we'll definitely get the remainder of the small box bag zippers in, and then at least half installed. I don't know if we'll get them all installed on both sides, but they'll be damn close. And we're not going to touch the tote bag zippers until after these are like fully installed, so both sides, just because that makes more sense, because they're already like they're the active ones on the sewing machine. And then after that we'll go in and do the tote bag zippers. So I anticipate getting zippers done tonight for the small box bags. And if we don't get started on the tote bag zippers tonight, we'll install them all tomorrow. Since a lot of the time this morning was picking colors and matching and all of that, we don't have to do that in the morning. We just need to like sit down and sew them in, basically. And for the wedge or the tote bags, which are technically wedge bags, just a very large version of them, I will we're gonna do the zipper tape first, and then we'll do the closed end zippers, which is opposite to what we did for the small box bags, but whatever, they're different bags. This is my party, and I'll sew as I want to, sew as I want to. You'd sew too if it happened to you. I don't know if you would or not, but whatever. It fit. Okay, next bobbin is winding. Correct? Is it actually winding? It is actually winding. Yay! Okay. Dogs. This is still one of my favorite. That's very dramatic for nothing. Anyway, this is still one of my favorite, like, all-time dog prints. I adore it. It looks like there was a cat version of this as well. It looks like they're wearing like little sweaters, and it's like cartoony enough that you can see your dog, but it doesn't have to be the dog sort of thing, or have to be a specific dog. It's a little bit more fluid interpretation. I find that the more realistic the print, the more people are like looking for their dog, and so I like these a little bit more figural ones because it's a lot looser interpretation. Nothing against it, but the thing about it is like I don't see a lot of cat breed ones, so it's like, yeah, I guess if I saw like a very realistic cat breed print, I would want the same, really, but I don't very often, so. I think I have one in the stash right now that's like cat breeds. It does actually have a Ouija and a Scottish fold and a Maine Coon on it, I think. The other thing I think that is too is like we know that cats have breeds, and there's definitely people who go for specific breeds for multitude of reasons. And here's the thing, I think supporting an ethical breeder is still better than the backyard like kitten mill. Right? There's issues both ways, I guess might be the better description, but I think a lot more with like cats, people are like, they think more in coat patterns, which can be across most breeds, than they're necessarily thinking in like breed categories for cats. So like calico, or a point, or tabby, or, right, we're not necessarily thinking Maine Coon, or Siamese, or Himalayan, or Ragamuffin, whatever it is. Whereas with dogs, like, I'm always thinking more, I'm not thinking brindle, I'm thinking whatever, boxer, dachshund, Great Dane, that sort of stuff, right? Less in terms of coats and more in terms of like actual dog breeds, I guess might be the best description. Probably offending like 6,000 people right now, but you know, they're not listening to me right now anyway. Dahlia is a Heinz 57 cat. I don't know. Domestic short hair. Flynn is a Norwegian forest cat. Very specifically selected because he's a Norwegian forest cat. So we have both. And Remy was the sweetest boy ever. And I don't think we'll ever beat him for a cat. Soul cat. Don't get me wrong, I love Flynn and Dahlia, but they're cats. Remy was like the soul cat. Like, I don't think I've definitely never connected with a cat on the same level as him. Just wild to hear, which is also why I think he moved with us, because he passed away in the old house, but it's like I definitely caught him out of the corner of my eye everywhere in this new house when we first moved in. And he still occasionally pops by. I notice him mostly when I'm like super stressed. And sometimes when I'm not. Sometimes when I'm super happy. He'll like pop in and check on us. Not like just out of the corner of your eye sort of thing, right? You know he's here. So I think he would love this house. He would have loved having these basement windows. That's the big thing. So and he was like quality control inspector. Number 1, numero uno, Ichiban. All right, we got one more in the Navy, and then we got what, like 24 black zips, and then we're done. Half the zippers. We will have succeeded in half the zippers. Ooh. I don't know why that sounded like a ghost cry. It was actually supposed to be like woohoo, but woo. That's my soul leaving my body because I still have more zippers to do. Not actually. Remember, I'm a product person, not a process person. I don't mind the process, but I'm not here because I'm like, yeah, sewing. Kind of like I'm not there. I'm like, I enjoy the process of knitting, but I'm there for the garment at the end, whether that's, or whatever, the accessory or etc. So, you know. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Get it done. Get it done. Get it done. There we go. Let's finish this coffee. Not surprised, but I like, ugh. All right. Wind up the navy, wind up the navy, wind up the navy reel. Get it back on the reel so we can use it later. The only thing I'm actually yeah, so going and clipping Kato at the bookstore would be good. But I do have the kids with me tonight. And that's like, do I want to take the kids to happy hour tonight? Or should we just come home and chill? We're going out for my run, for sure. At the same time, I could come home and like run on the treadmill and watch my J drama. Oh, but running outside's super beneficial too. Actually, if there's 100, this is like a quarter of them right here. Oh yeah, okay, let's stretch break. And then, yeah, because like the bookstore has this like nice little nook for the kids. But they also have taken a lot of the toys and Lego away, probably because of summer and children being children. Don't blame them. Whereas I could bring them home and we could go in the backyard or something and I could clip out here and enjoy our sunflowers. And not spend money on a drink. Which you know is part of the appeal of going out, besides the adult company. Shimmy, shimmy, pet, pet. Lynn's like, what the fuck? I was sleeping. Yeah, I still don't know. All right, let's get this done and dusted. Because honestly, having half the zippers installed is going to be fucking amazing. Okay, that is actually a little bit too much interfacing on this side. Probably should have been trimming these down before I was sewing them. Better late than never. Garbage. Gummy des. It's funny, my eldest is like so not a morning person. They never have been super morning person, but it's been even hard. Like I was talking about earlier, it's like I almost need like a pancake flipper to flip them out of bed. I am not a morning person. The youngest is. They take after their dad quite a bit because Dallas is like definitely a morning person. But it's part of what I'm like super excited about with being out. Like, I am so happy they're in such a good preschool and care program. I'm also super excited for being able to settle into our own routines at home for homeschooling. As long as we're able to settle into them. We're going to need a pretty... They'll be used to a schedule, so we're going to probably need a schedule, but like... It won't need to necessarily be up at like 6 a.m. And I know everyone who's like working a 9 to 5 with kids is like, that's nothing. I know, I'm so spoiled. I'm extremely spoiled. Don't remember how long my run is tomorrow. But but I will be on after it because tomorrow I will definitely go do my intervals. And then, which means I will need to go to bed a little bit earlier tonight. Quite a bit earlier tonight. Maybe actually even with the kids tonight. So yeah, we won't go to the bookstore then tonight. But I will prep a bunch of stuff, and then maybe I can go this Thursday when Dallas was home and I don't have kiddos to watch. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Maybe. Look at me actually go out. Who knows? Maybe I will. But on that note, I probably won't be on to stream tonight. Going to bed being the more sensible option before that this intense of a run tomorrow. Because that's why I failed at getting it done today. And I'm not pushing the kids in the stroller for an interval run. Because it's like, no way in hell. It's hard enough for me to do it when I'm moving just my body. Because they're both, so one is almost 48 pounds. And one is about 45 pounds. And the stroller is 32 pounds. So between the three things, it's like an extra 120 pounds. And you would think that this would make me a super runner, but no, it does not. No, it does not. It just means that my pace is slow. Cat problems. Cat problems. Shoulda ran while the kids were at school. Oh well. By the way, if you ever wanted to know what 100 bags behind my sewing machine looks like, that's it right there. That's about 75. They haven't collapsed onto my pedal yet, which is good. That can be a concern. So, and actually at this point, I'm going to actually knock them over this way. That helps them kind of go that way a little bit more. Even if it's just like the bottom of the pile, and then we go back with these guys. There we go. That should give me a bit more room. Which will hopefully allow me to like finish these without them collapsing onto my pedal. I really want to figure out that spring roll pouch for like obi and kimono. I think the obi in it would look like spectacular. Yeah. I think that needs to be a goal. That's definitely a post Knit City goal now. Because I need to do another, I'd want to do another sew of it just because it did still test my skills significantly. And I want to make sure that it's something that like, it's just going to take more practice with to get and not an actual skill issue. I think it's just practice with this certain bag type. We are going to use the spring roll pouch pattern versus the zip and grip pattern. The spring roll pouch came out into dimensions that I actually prefer and a shape that I prefer the look of as well. And since it's my business, that's what we're going with. But yeah, I think it would look fucking amazing in like obi and kimono. So that's something that we're going to work on this fall amongst everything else that like I have planned. All the plans. Very little fruition. Backpacks will also be, I think I'll do a few backpacks for Knit City, but we'll focus in on opening up pre-orders for those in the fall. So what I'm thinking of doing is we'll open up pre-orders. I want to open them up by October 15th-ish. This is show burnout dependent. I'm not feeling burnt out right. Well, no. My motivation begs to differ. I think my motivation up and left without me. But I don't know if it's going to come back. So we just got to go. Anyway. My ideal timeline for opening pre-orders this fall will be October 15th. Contingent on post Knit City restock for Fibre Shindig. Slash like, yeah, what do I need to do for Shindig basically? 'Cause I think Shindig, the date's scrolling across the screen. It's what, like October 18th, I think. So it'll, the pre-orders will go live between the 15th to the 20th, let's say. Yeah, the 18th. And then what I think I'm going to do, last time I did it by shape. This time we're going to do it by pattern. Mostly because then I can just, like, you can choose the pattern and then it'll just be easier for stock keeping, sort of thing. I think that'll be the easiest way to do it. Because then it's like, yes, that is the easiest way to do it, because then I can be like, all right, there's 2 kato, or there's a kato in a large box bag, instead of like, I think it's easier. Whatever. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to attempt to do. I will open up backpack pre-orders at that time as well, because they're going to be such a higher cost item compared to everything else. I think that's going to be the best way. I will have some ready made, just so it's like, yeah, they're done. But honestly, I think just having it available as a pre-order is also going to be beneficial for everyone. And then we'll head into Black Friday and Cyber Monday. I always host a sale that weekend, but it is typically a Feed the Kitties sale, which means that any cat item that you purchase that weekend will get a can of cat food donated to Cochrane Humane Society or Calgary Humane. I haven't decided this year, or both maybe. No, one or the other. Maybe Calgary Humane, since that's where Dahlia and Flint Remy came from. But that's usually what ends up happening. So we'll be doing that again this year. After Shindig, we're kind of on the slower side, which will be good because that'll give me a chance to like actually reset the studio. I will actually finally fucking film a studio tour. That's like one of the major main goals this fall / winter. Pre-orders, the idea behind that is then it keeps us like going, because I am that product person. I sign up for races, so I train. I sign up for shows, so I make stuff. So I think what I gotta do for next year is I need to set myself some deadlines for shop updates so that we actually have a regular supply of bags going into the shop. I don't know how to do this yet, but I will get it done. Not overzealously cutting. 150 small box bags would probably help. And also, like, I can already tell having the kids in school, the extra that we're going to have them in school, it is technically the same amount of time as summer camps and stuff like that, but it just feels like the dispersal of it's going to be far better. The flow of work is a lot better when the kids are in school more in some ways. I think. I don't know. And yes, we are going to try and clear some of the whip bins. We're going to hopefully do some more handbags like Sheena's. Damn Sheena, but it's such a good bag once it's done. But sewing it is still something else. but whatever. It'll be fine. Yeah. I think we're going to have a good winter. I hope we do. Hope I don't hit the doldrums this year as bad as I did. Usually it hits in like March, but I think that was part of it in May. Especially since we were, like, I had so many shows in April. Although I had the same number of shows in July and I still didn't, like... Well, actually, do you know what? I probably wasn't out of the doldrums from May yet. Who knows? The whole, like, low iron thing definitely did not help anything this year. So I got another hour before I have to head out. So we'll definitely get all these installed, at least on the one side, as I mentioned. We're not that far from the end, from what I can tell. And then maybe what we'll spend the rest of the time doing is just clipping them apart so that we can go in and sew the other side after. Yeah, that's as good of argument as any to come home tonight, because then I can finish up the... Honestly, as long as it's taken to get all of these installed, it won't take that. It will not take anywhere near as long as to do the other side, because it's way faster. And then tomorrow we'll finish up any of these zippers that we haven't finished. We'll do the tote bags, and then we'll work on clipping and sewing, or at least clipping any cotton bags that we have. The thought process behind that being that, I was going to do clipping tonight because I'm like, I want an audiobook, but maybe so we'll do an ASMR, no talking video tomorrow. I don't know. You're like, thank God, your stories are very circular. I know, I don't have any new stories today, and I won't until I come back from Japan, more or less. Well, I'll be able to talk about the race after this weekend. 9 a.m. Monday. Like, I actually have a recovery run on Monday, which is like 3K, so excuse me, that's not going to be any like skin off my nose to do. And then my long run on Tuesday, which is now my long run day instead of Mondays, is like 5K or something like that. So I'm like, all right, totally ready for that. But I'm gonna go see Caroline on Monday, I think, or Tuesday, just because, again, adult socialization, and that is a place I could take this work to do, actually. So, and then I pick up Dallas without the children, which is like insane, because even when they've been in summer camps, they haven't been in summer camps on Tuesdays when he's been coming home. So that's going to be a wild experience that we haven't had in multiple years. Yeah. Doesn't change much. We still gotta go like do groceries and stuff like that, but it is going to be like a nice change for a bit. At least for this year. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we're well over the halfway point then. Yay. Thank God. My brain, she's toast. Toasty toast. Maybe even burnt toast, who knows? Overcooked. Okay, you pop down there. You're up here. We shove you back like that. Open. Good. It's not actually opening and closing. It's just like flip back the exterior and flip the exterior back to where it's supposed to be. There we go. All right, off we go. No. The zipper is really like insistent about getting around these wheels. Holy. Okay. All right. Polka dot bunnies. Polka dot bunnies. Polka dot bunnies. All the polka dot bunnies. All the polka dot bunnies. All the polka dot bunnies. Shaka shaka. I know more can fit back there. We definitely have had at least this many in between the window and the sewing machine. What I could do is I could also pull my sewing machine out a little bit. But that, honestly, at this point requires 2 people. So, maybe when Dallas is home next, I'll get him to help me pull it out. The extra, like, 6 inches or something. Almost done. Almost done. 9 more left. 9 more left. I love my bags. I swear I do. But I'm also over zippers. And then these all have to be top stitched. I just remembered. I was conveniently forgetting that we do actually have to top stitch all these. Shit. No. I'm like, we can install the zippers, and then we'll sew the ends, and then we'll box them, and then we'll be done. Or box them. It cuts the boxes, sew the ends, sew the boxes, and then we'll be done. It'll be glorious. But no, all these need to be top stitched. That's right. No. Cat problems. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. What is that? This is like 8 left now, so we're like 2/3 of the way through what was remaining. Woohoo! Yay! That sounded sarcastic, but I am actually quite pleased. I'm quite pleased with how today has gone, all things considered. Even if I do sound like I'm bitching about it. Yeah. We knew this would take a while because it is 100 small box bags. And we knew this since we cut them for Dawson Creek, is that they would take a while because there was a lot. Did I anticipate it taking like 8 months? No. 7 months? But we did get distracted by some worthy projects this summer. So it's like half a dozen of one and 6 of the other. Sometimes if you don't get distracted by other projects, they never happen. Sometimes they just have to happen when the urge leaps down your throat or on your throat and takes you in a chokehold. Right? Right. That's totally my excuse. What even took me in a chokehold this summer? Not much. That's the thing. It's like a bunch of stuff distracted me. But what did I actually end up sewing? I guess I did do 2 of the backpacks, but it has mostly just been working on the stock that I cut in January. Fuck. In my defense, I don't know if there's any defense. We did move the studio around again in February, and then we're super sick for so long. We're gonna go with that. That's what the delays have been. Excuses. 100%. All right, we should be like 6 or less, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 7. Okay, that's fine. 7. 7, the sun is out and now it's way too bright. Blinded by the light. There we go. Because even the camera's like, it's too bright. That's a white fabric on a white background. What are you doing to me? Why you do this to me? And my eyeballs are like, too bright. Okay. Alright, so if I'm going out for my run with the kids, I need my water bottle. Since I have the stroller, I may as well carry my water bottle. I don't normally for a base run, but may as well. I need to change into running. Oh shit. Is my running gear clean? I have pants. Usually I've been running in shorts, but I can run in pants today. It's warm, but it's not like insane. I'll also be going at a different speed than normal, so that's fine too. Shh, we know. I know. I'm definitely, yeah, that's something I gotta do. I gotta cut smaller batches. But it's like I get on a roll and it's like, fuck yeah, I want all the fabrics. They're all so pretty. We obviously need this one and this one and this one, this one, this one, this one. I did cut a smaller batch than I originally intended even because it was like, all right, we're not cutting this. And like, we did pare it down. That's the crazy part of all this. But yeah, an 8-month lead time on stuff I cut in like fucking, January is unacceptable. I know. I'm so sorry. Hey, at least we haven't had to go in and like cut. God. We've only had to sew this summer. There has been some charms to it. Outside of the fact that I keep losing pieces. But I do that even on the smaller batches. So I don't know if that's an argument for smaller batches. My brain is definitely saying that we need smaller batches, so I'm with ya. I'm right there with you. My brain's like, please. Especially now because it's like a lot of what I really large batched isn't selling very well. So it's like I definitely need to small batch stuff more. The Kato would be the exception to that. We still could do like a big batch of Kato and things. But like the tote bags didn't need to be that big a batch. The spring roll, it's going to be practically impossible to do that big a batch because there's just too many moving parts. So I think that one's I'm gonna cut that one in 5 to 6 piece, like 5 to 6 print batches. I think that's reasonable. And the same with the backpack. When I'm doing ready-made, that's part of why I want to leave it in the whole like pre-order as well, is that then I don't have a bunch of pieces for it floating around. Good point though that I need to actually go to Pacana on Tuesday so that I can do a few more of the backpacks before Knit City. Yeah, I know. But like I said, it has been kind of nice to just be able to be like, all right, we're working on this week. We don't have to do any extra cuts. We can just sit down and sew it. So I am nuts, but maybe not completely because of this. Just kind of because of this. It's going to be fun figuring out what I need to photograph after Knit City, though. Because, yeah, 2 more. We only have 2 more. Thank God. Okay. Dragon. Brain is dragging and a dragon. But also at the same time, it did give me a pretty good idea of what's going to sell over the next little bit. Yeah, I'm going to make some hard decisions coming up for stock for 2026. I do think that we're going to not be making as many large box bags. I think it will remain a pre-order item. but I don't think I'm going to make as many ready-made. I will still offer it up for wholesale and like all the other avenues that typically happen, but like it just hasn't been selling in person. There's that. We're gonna keep the Kato, the small box bag. We're gonna keep because I think it's a size that we need, and it does typically sell pretty good at Fibre events. I think it's more that I also just haven't done as many Fibre events this year, so there's that. Yeah, but like for Otafest, we gotta focus in hardcore on the slings and a few other bags that are like a lot more everyday bags. The Kato still sold there really well, so we'll make sure that we do a lot of Kato. We'll do a lot of traveler slings, mini traveler slings, belt bags, hobo or crescent-shaped bags of some description. All that jazz. Okay, and backpacks actually for Otafest is probably a good idea. As long as I get accepted. I hope I get accepted because I really had a lot of fun there. It was a good show. Okay. Last small box bag zipper. Ah, my God. Okay, we're almost done. All right. We are done this batch of small box bag zippers. Does that mean that we're done all the small box bag cuts? No! There's still more. Am I done with small box bags for now? Yes! God. It's ridiculous. All right. Throw a pin in there. And then, yeah, like there's an insane number of bags back here because it's stacked up literally from the floor through to my sewing desk and above. Look like I'm taking like a dick pic or something. I'm not. So that's all small box bags behind my sewing desk right now. 100, I think we said exactly, pretty much. Damn close anyway, if it's not. Okay, yeah, 4 o'clock, perfect. So, now the cool thing about this is because they're chain pieced and because there's zipper between them, we can, there, just like done. And like I said, installing the other side of this zipper should be significantly easier. At least I usually, even with the closed end zippers, I usually find the second side easier. There is no faffing around with like figuring out colors or anything like that either. So like today should be the longest day for zippers in some ways, hopefully. Everything installed really smoothly, I hope. So that's one of the quality control we got to check, is to make sure that they didn't get missed while I was sewing, because I did find, at least with the tote bags, that the zipper tape had a notorious problem of basically just escaping the zipper or the seam allowance all the goddamn time. It's really annoying. But I haven't tried I didn't notice as much actually with the chain piecing of the tote bags. I have not done this method with the small box bags. This is the first time, so we'll see. Judgment calls. Boom, 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 boom. And then what I'm going to do is we're just going to bring a suitcase into the room, and as they get finished, they're just going into the suitcase. Tara already knows that we are going to be barcoding when we get to Burnaby. She's already volunteered that she will drawstring bags as we drive out, so that I was like, good, because I was already going to hand you that task. Like, you don't have to do it the whole drive, because she's like, we'll ride out with you because then I can crochet more. So like, you don't have to do it the whole drive, but if you do some, That's super beneficial for us both. But then if she's doing drawstringing, I can tag and barcode in the hotel room pretty easy. On Thursday night especially. Because there's 0 point in taking sewing time at home to tag and barcode. Like, just flat out. There's no point. Actually, even to the point where I might bring the Dymo out with me because it's it's a thermal label printer. Maybe I'll bring the Dymo out with me and we don't even have to pre-print the labels. I could actually do proper counts and then not have to carry around 6 dozen little stacks of, it's not 6 dozen, it's like 3 dozen stacks of, or not even that, 8 dozen stacks of like labels. There we go. Like one for each kind of thing. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay, what happened here? Are you stuck on something? You're totally stuck on something. I don't know what, but we resolved it. La 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 la. I'm like, this always feels like the magician moment where you're like, they're pulling all those scarves out of their sleeves. Just keeps going and going and going and going and going. Ha 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 ha. My magic trick. Chain piecing zippers successfully. God, they do just keep going. Oh my God. No. Why am I doing this to myself again? Well, okay, we've already sewn like, it's, what did I estimate that we had like 100 and, I think when we did the first cut and we amalgamated everything that we were going to sew from the box and had done the linings, it was what, like 149 or something like that. So we've already sewn a third of them in like multiple small little batches. Actually, I think that might be the better way to do it. I know, Andrea, cut smaller batches. But maybe what we do is we still cut all at once at the beginning of the year. And then we set aside a certain number to like make for each show. I don't know. Would that work? Kind of how we've done it this year, but a little bit more organized. Like, we could bin up each one. Like, we're going to make 25 Kato for X or 50 Kato. Kato have to start hitting the 50 numbers because the descent upon the Kato is always impressive. And I'm saying this with all the love in my heart. Thank you so much for supporting that bag. But the descent is real. Yeah, that might be a good option. It's like, or what I do is I cut all the exteriors, put them in a bin, and then we like, oh no. And then we cut all the interiors and everything for each show. I don't know what to do yet. Because looking at, like, if this year... Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's like, I felt burnout, but that's because there was just a lot of shows this year. It's not because I don't think the processes or the sewing was it. I don't know. I think it was definitely iron. And, like, there are multiple things. I know that running is like good for my health technically, but I don't know if training for the marathons is good for my health, at least mentally. Kyoto is definitely going to be, I think, the last one for a little while. And like I said, if I don't get into Osaka, I am not going to be mad. I'll actually be kind of relieved. I won't be mad if I get in though either. So, nope. Now we're into the charcoal ones. Okay, zipper pull or zipper tape. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if that's, because like I said, it has been nice to just be like, okay, we're working on X this week. But I definitely, like, I can't do that with the backpacks and the spring roll pouches because, as I mentioned, there's so many parts. And it's like, yeah, I'll have to figure it out. I don't know what I'm doing yet. I don't know what I'm doing on a good day. Some days. But maybe that might be the solution. Is that the solution though? I don't know. Because the other part of this is it's like, so if we're looking at what I did last year, we already don't have a show in January because Creekside is no longer happening in Airdrie. It got canceled. So like that's one showdown. So that's why it is. Yeah, there's a little bit of both of that. So that's one showdown. We will probably have the anniversary show with Ancient Arts. We'll have Fibre Shindig in April. We'll have Dawson Creek, hopefully. Well, I can't see them not taking me at Dawson Creek. We'll hopefully have Odafest. What was the third one that we did in April? Oh, Hanami. That's right. I definitely want to do Hanami again. Should probably chat with Caroline so that we can start plotting that already. I know that sounds early, but yeah, it's a little bit early. She's got a lot on her plate otherwise too, so I'll wait on that for a little bit. Yeah, the one type of bag thing, probably some of it. That's why I'm kind of squirrely with what I'm doing right now. It's like, okay, we will do all of the zippers in these, and then we're gonna do all the zippers in the totes though too. And then we'll top stitch everything, which will help. And the tote bags are gonna be like a breath of fresh air because there's very few steps in them. But this is definitely the last, like, we'll finish up the batch of totes that we have right now, but this is the last batch of totes we'll cut for a while because they haven't been moving too fast. So, and I don't know if that's because I haven't had enough selection or if that's because they're just not what people are looking for right now. Could be a combo of both. Could be price point. Could be budgets, like being limited because I know I'm not spending the same way that I used to even. What time is it? It's 4:15, so I've got half an hour. Do I sew the other side of the zipper or do we start clipping the Kato bags? Or do I call it quits and go have a power nap? I feel like this is a good spot to call it quits, and I'm gonna go have a power nap. So I'm ready for my run. And then I will be back on tomorrow after my intervals, after my run. So I'll be a little bit later, probably about 10-ish, 9:30, 10? 10 probably, Mountain Daylight Time. And we will work on these zippers tomorrow because I'm going to come home after the run and I'm going to clip Kato bags. Actually, yes, because that'll give my arm, like this arm, a break and stuff. From the maneuvering that just had to happen. And then tomorrow we'll do the other half of the zippers. We'll do the smash together of the Kato. And then we'll start on the zippers for the tote bags. I like how I pinned them up all nicely, even though we're going to be doing tote bags tomorrow. But that's okay. We don't need all 5 colors. Okay. All right. I'll chat with y'all very soon. I probably won't be on tonight just so I actually sleep properly so that I can do my intervals tomorrow. And then, and honestly, I'm just out of stories and I really do want to listen to my audiobook while I clip the Kato. So anyway, have a fantastic evening, morning, day, whenever you are, and I'll chat with you all very soon. Bye.